singing at a wedding. Well, one of my babysitters at that time, she went off, because for East Manchester, that was very glamorous, to go on a skiing holiday, and she brought me back a pair of Austrian lederhosen that I wore for this wedding. So
we've all got a picture in our heads now.
Yeah.
What would you have told that little 6-year-old boy then if you knew you'd have a music career going over 4 decades now, Mick?
Well, I've just always loved music. I was into the Beatles at age 6, and I had my first record player when I was 10. I was buying records when I was 11. I'd just been buying records all the way through my teenage years. I used to save up money, like lots of people, but really obsessively so. I love melody. I respond to that. Music is something that kind of lives in the air, and it affects people, and they don't always know how or why. It's almost like a subconscious feeling people get from music.
And that clearly is running through you still now, because you've got new single out. I think we can have a little listen to it now.
Okay. I recall a crowded smoking room, and you and me had enough of the fumes. Better with you, honey, for the things that we'll never regret. Better with you, honey, as we did the things we'll never forget. Better with you. Better with you. Better with you. Better with you. Always.
People love trying to work out what's going on in lyrics. What's all that about?
Well, most of the songs on this album were written during lockdown, I think that's 2021, isn't it? Around that time. I don't know, it's weird, that period. It almost seems like it didn't happen or something. It's like a time warp. So I just, like a lot of people, when you're at home, you think, well, what's going on? Where am I? And the worst part of it is, the negative part would be that you realize that you don't have a great relationship because you're so close together and it's not working out. The best part of it is that you realize you've got a great relationship and that you spend so much time at work that you don't really appreciate the family that you have. And part of that is with this song is just realizing that, focusing on your family and focusing on the good things that you have in your life and not being so obsessed with your work. That work is really something that you use to facilitate happiness within your family. And Better With You is effectively that. The main line in the chorus that isn't on the video there is, "It's so good to be together." That's the main chorus line.
Mm.
And it's just that feeling that you want to share with people to get your priorities right. In my case as a musician, I could tour the world every 2 or 3 years, but I choose to mainly just stay in Western Europe and the UK because I don't want to be away from my family that long. You could be away all year and never see them. I just don't want to live like that.
But we do see amazing longevity, don't we, in musicians these days, and artists performing like well into their later life. And I mentioned 40 years. You'll be doing your 40th anniversary in 2025. Is that right?
Yeah.
There must still be a drive to get out there and perform and feel the rush of being in front of people.
Oh, not without doubt. But for a couple of months.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I noticed when we at the beginning of last year we toured the UK, and it was pretty much a sellout tour. And I walked on the stage, and as I'm looking out at the stage, there's an empty seat here, there's an empty seat there, and there's a lady or a gentleman standing next to the empty seat. And the way we do the sets indoors is that we tend to do the slower songs in the first part of the show. So songs like You Make Me Feel Brand New, Home, Holding Back the Years. And on several occasions, it was pretty heartbreaking. You'd see somebody crying next to the empty chair, and it suddenly dawned on me, was that COVID? Are they not there because of that? Because the show was sold out. But one of the great joys of making music, of writing songs, is that by the end of the show, that person's standing up, clapping and smiling and feeling part of the entire event, you know. And it really, when you see things like that, it makes you I feel so happy in the profession that I'm in.
You must have had occasion, because your songs they're kind of anthemic. Some of the older songs that people know really well. Do you ever have people telling you, I remember when it's a moment in someone's life kind of illustrated by a song, for a Simply Red song?
Again, it's one of the joys, because I could write a song that would be about something personal to me. But the great thing about music is that somebody else could listen to that song and say, well, that's about them. And they interpret it in the way that they live their lives. And again, it's one of the great joys of writing songs, that you can communicate. People say, I played this song at our wedding, or I played this song at my dad's funeral, or something like that, you know. And it just really makes you feel that you are helping to enrich people's lives.
We must move on, but I just wanted to say very briefly, because you're such a hardcore Manchester United fan, you must be kind of enjoying seeing their recovery process under Erik ten Hag, are you?
Yeah, it feels like we've got a proper manager that understands the club or understands the culture. I feel this is the closest we've been to replacing Sir Alex Ferguson. This is the guy that some of the other people, they tried their best, but just to create that magic is not easy.
Don't fancy buying it again, the club?
That was all.
Was that a myth?
Bit of a myth. Right, okay, fair enough.
Thank you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Simply Red's new album Time is out in May of this year.
You're watching BBC Breakfast. It's 8:59.
Let's have a look at the news headlines for you this morning. The families of those who died in the Manchester Arena bombing have described their pain and anger at the failure of MI5 to stop the attack.
A public inquiry found the Intelligence and Security Agency missed a significant chance to take action that might have stopped the 2017 bombing. The head of the organisation apologised, saying he was profoundly sorry. 22 people died in the attack, including Megan Hurley, whose image was not included earlier in the programme.
A couple charged with gross negligence manslaughter after the remains of a baby were found in Woodland in Sussex will appear before magistrates today. Constance Martin and Mark Gordon were also charged with concealing the birth of a child and perverting the course of justice. The couple sparked a nationwide search after going missing 7 weeks ago with their newborn. They were found in Brighton on Monday, and the baby's body was discovered on Wednesday.
There have been more revelations from the thousands of leaked WhatsApp messages sent and received by former Health Secretary Matt Hancock during the pandemic.
Text published by the Daily Telegraph seemed to show Mr. Hancock joking with a top aide about travellers arriving in the UK locked up in quarantine hotels. They also discussed the enforcement of COVID lockdown regulations in August 2020. And Cabinet Secretary Simon Case asks who is delivering enforcement. Matt Hancock replies, I think we are going to have to get heavy with the police.
Following another meeting in January 2021 involving Boris Johnson, Mr. Hancock then messages Mr. Case to inform him the Plod got their marching orders.
Time now is just gone 9 o'clock, and Matt's got all the weather for us, looking ahead to the weekend as well. Morning, Matt.
Good morning, both. I think we'll take a quick look to next week as well, shall we, first of all, because it's what's going to be interesting over the next few days. Things are set to turn much colder, step back into winter. High pressure that's with us at the moment recedes back towards Greenland. In doing so, we open the doors to northerly winds and Arctic air, pushing down across all parts of the country for the middle part of the week. What does that mean in terms of temperature? Well, this is what it will feel like, not the actual temperature itself, but how it will feel like once you're out there. Tuesday next week, most places will feel sub-zero. And with that, we will see some snow. Now, a few things to note, though, for next week. We are fairly confident of that colder spell and that there will be some snow around as well as temperatures drop. At the moment, though, we're keeping an eye on just how much snowfall and where it will fall. and exactly how long the cold will last. We'll, of course, keep you updated on breakfast throughout this weekend. Back to the here and now, though, and really for much of this weekend. A lot of cloud around, a little bit of sunshine here and there, a few spots of light rain or drizzle around this morning across southern Scotland, Northern England, Northern Ireland, and eastern counties of England, and some of that will drift a bit further westwards across England towards eastern Wales as we go into the afternoon. A little bit of sunshine here and there, not a huge amount. Perhaps eastern England brightening up a touch, parts of Scotland too, relative to what many of you have got at the moment. But with light winds, where you get sunshine, it will feel quite pleasant. More so, another cool day around 7 to 9 degrees. Into this evening and overnight, still plenty of cloud for England, Wales, Northern Ireland. Maybe a few breaks, more breaks Northern England and parts of Scotland. But we'll start to see some showers arrive to the north and east later. A frost where you've got those clear skies into tomorrow morning. But this is the weather front which will push its way southward steadily through the weekend, gradually introducing a few more showers. On Saturday, that's limited to north and east of Scotland, eastern England. Many western areas will see the best of the sunshine. Another cool day on Saturday with temperatures similar to today. Rachel, Charlie, back to you both.
Thanks, Matt.
Let's take a last brief look at the headlines where you are this morning.
Hello to you, good morning, I'm Edward Salt. Sussex Police have confirmed that a woman's body found in woodland near Arundel is that of Laurel Aldridge. Ms Aldridge from Warburton was 62 and the sister-in-law of the actor Mackenzie Crook. Laurel was reported missing on February the 14th and was last seen at Slindon Cricket Club. The River Ray in Swindon has been heavily polluted after a pipe burst. Thames Water sent tankers to its pumping station in Hayden End yesterday to remove waste and prevent further contamination. The clean-up operation is expected to take over several days, and the company has warned people to expect delays on nearby roads. Nearly 300 giraffes are needed for a fundraising flight out of RAF Brize Norton in Oxfordshire later this year. The cuddly passengers will fill up every seat of an RAF Voyager during a routine air-to-air refuelling mission in April. The flight is hoping to raise money for Great Ormond Street Hospital through the charity Giraffes on Tour. The idea to fly toy giraffes in RAF aircraft started as a tribute to a former patient at Great Ormond Street. Love that picture. Let's get Friday's weather forecast. Today will be mostly cloudy, but some sunny spells are possible later in the day. Tonight will be dry with clear spells with highs of 8 degrees Celsius. Some travel news for you, and one lane of the A31 eastbound in Hampshire is closed at Stony Cross this morning. It's due to an accident. It's currently taking around 25-30 minutes to get through those delays. I'm back with you for your lunchtime news at 1:30. If you're heading out, do have a good day. If not, here's Rachel and Charlie. Bye for now.
Welcome back. So, Britain's Laura Muir, Keely Hodgkinson and Neil Gourley are just some of the ones to watch over the next 3 days. These are at the European Indoor Championships in Istanbul.
If you follow it all on BBC iPlayer, actually, and two people who know what it takes to succeed at the Games are two Danes, Dame Denise Lewis and Dame Jessica Ennis-Hill, who we'll talk to in just a moment. But first of all, let's take a look back at some of the British athletes who became household names thanks to the Games.
Electricity around this venue. So the finalists in this women's 400 metres return to their blocks. Jefferson in very fine form indeed.
Let's hope that Laura can deliver again.
Meanwhile, at the European Indoor Championship, the small British team was soon in the medals.
Sally Gunnell's gone off well.
Jessica Ennis-Hill is gone as the champion. Kerry Shakespeare looks in superb form.
Regejo in control.
Absolutely good now.
No coming away, looking full of fight, and Britain are going to have two remarkable wins.
Oh, beautiful. Nobody can touch him at the moment.
Laura wins it.
It's Jackson under pressure, but he takes it. It is a new world indoor record.
Jane Kilbrook, what a piece of running.
Guilty wins it. Gold medal.
Again, that's a tremendous piece of running by Sally Gunnell.
What a performance from Katarina Johnson-Thompson.
And Gussie storming through, and Gussie gets the goal.
Keely Hodgkinson, she's the European champion. Another gold medal, another title. Superb running from Laura Muir.
Well, Dame Jessica Ennis-Hill and Dame Denise Lewis join us now. Denise and Jessica. It's a bit easier.
But you got used to it, yeah.
Dames.
I absolutely haven't.
Congratulations, by the
Thank
way.
you.
made me bow down and call her Dame.
Ah, really?
It's about time.
When do you get to go to get the medal? Do you know?
Yes, it will be in the summer months. I'm
Right,
actually
right.
supposed to be there today.
Oh,
But I rang Buckingham Palace and said, do you mind? I'm working. Can I defer? And they went, oh, yes, no problem. They were so gracious about it. So not until the summer.
oh, so it could have been by now. Today could have been the day.
Could have been the day. But for you,
Oh, look.
It's
that's
deja vu.
actually- and it's been levelled up. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 Dames on the sofa.
I
now.
know.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to have athletics back. And the European Indoor Championships, how important were they to both of you in your careers?
So I did quite a few indoors. Denise wasn't a big fan of the pentathlon, which
No.
I understand because it's a tough event. But yeah, I did a few indoors. I like to gauge where my training through the winter had gone.
Yeah.
So you have that period of just, the grueling training. It kind of breaks it up a little bit just to see where you
Just
are.
remind us what the pentathlon is, because outside you do the heptathlon, obviously. The pentathlon is what? It's
5 events over 1 day.
long jump, high jump.
60-metre hurdles, high jump, shot put, long jump, and the 800
And the
metres.
800,
Yes, that's
So it's tough. There's no rest. You kind of
Relentless.
event to event to event,
Yeah.
and it's pretty grueling.
Denise, one of the glaringly obvious things to people on the outside who don't know very well, it's much smaller. The track, you each event you're going round a lot more. It's a glaringly obvious thing to say,
Yes.
but presumably it's quite different to compete in.
It really is different. It's a different energy. It's quite busy and chaotic. So yeah, it's a 200-metre track, and so for a lot of the athletes, they're having to observe the other athletes competing. But like Jess says, for pentathlon in particular, it is just action all the way. You get very little recovery, and so it's nice because you don't have to think about too much warm up, but it is quite draining.
We don't have any GB athletes competing in the multi-events, do we?
We've got Holly Mills.
Oh,
Holly Mills
sorry.
is there, yeah, and she's great indoors.
Yeah.
Hurdles not started off so great, but she's a good indoor heptathlete, pentathlete.
Of course.
Traditionally, the Brits have done really well in this event. It's been very successful for us over the years. I think we've ranked second of all time in these championships, and so we have great tradition, and that's why I think people do like to come out. They like to test themselves. It's a small team, but we've got a lot of medal
Well,
opportunities.
there's a lot of excitement in our middle distance running at the moment, isn't there? And I think Laura Muir is in action today, isn't she? In the
She is,
heats of the 1500, is that right?
Yeah, she's in action today, and she's had a fantastic indoor season so far. She's won this European indoor title 4 times, so she's going for a 5th time. But she's in fantastic shape, running so strong, so confident. So she's definitely on target for that gold medal.
And Keely Hodgkinson looking brilliant as well.
I mean,
She's a phenomenon.
she is a phenomenal and athlete, and she has just been incredible indoors, and the championships and the medals that she's accrued already in her young life. I think 21 today, and she's literally the world is her oyster. It will be her against the clock and how quickly she wants to run.
Given both of your amazing successes over the years, are you able to spot the ones who have the thing up here, as well as the ability to turn out performance? Could you sometimes go, do you know what? That one has the kind of...
If that's what gives you your best face, it's not having toxins injected into your face, it's not having all sorts of invasive procedures done. And I actually don't feel that the beauty industry is honest about the roadmap in that regard. They sort of say, treatments, a little bit here, a little bit there. And, Madonna is just one exemplification of the fact that that's not really the way it ends.
No, it really doesn't. And I like what you say about defeat rather than defiance, because, that there is that thing of it's like Madonna's kind of succumbed to that. Now, as we said, she can do whatever she likes. She's Madonna. Anybody can do what they want. But I would always say to anybody that's going to do this, for goodness sake, do your research. And there's always that tipping point, isn't there? You see that with a lot of women and men, it's not just women. There's just a bit where they just go too far.
Yeah.
Or the surgeons go too far.
And it's very difficult to call it, I think, if you're on that path.
Of course.
And actually, one of the reasons I wanted to write my book, Destination Fabulous, is there are so many natural things you can do to age well. You don't need to spend hundreds of pounds every few months to have this stuff injected. And there's lots of tricks of the trade that we don't get told about, partly, I think, because they don't make anyone very much money. The book was kind of a manifesto for aging well, but also just a toolkit. Here's some things you can do that don't cost you much money, that are going to make you look and feel your best
What would you
self.
say is the most important thing for anybody that is watching today? The most important thing you would say to them?
In terms of from a face perspective, I would say partly it is just being your best self, living your best life. I think there's this huge disconnect between the messaging we get around aging and the experience many of us have. I mean, I don't know about you, Lorraine, but I'm far happier, far more me at 51 than I was at 21. And I think my face shows that. Sure, I've got lines, but you know, who cares?
Oh gosh, me too.
From a practical perspective, one of the most important things we can do is get blood to our face, because fresh blood brings oxygen, brings nutrients, and takes away toxins. So one of the many tricks I write about in the book is something called a gua sha, which has been around in China for thousands of years.
Right.
And basically you use that to massage the face. So you sort of stroke.
Oh, is that why it's got that wee bit there?
Yes, yes.
See, that's where I need help. Yeah.
And you can do it there. And you basically make your face red. So it's not something you want to do immediately before you go out for dinner or go out for with friends. But that redness shows the blood is coming to the face, and that plumps and lifts and can help with fine lines. It can help with age spots. So that's my number one.
And this is not expensive?
This typically, the one that I really rate is from Hyu Method, a British brand. It's £42. So, you know, a reasonable investment, but then £42 and it's done. You use it with a face oil. And you know that's you sort of
get everything stimulated.
Exactly.
Now look, we've talked about, you know, people get it wrong like Madonna. What about women that you think get it right? You know, women that are actually inspirational, and you think to yourself, good on them.
Well, one woman I really love is Helena Bonham Carter. She's absolutely who she is. And there's a great quote from her recently when she said, "Collagen is not the only form of sexiness. There's fun, there's humour, there's character, there's mischief." You know, here's to all of that.
That's been very true. And also another lady, Jamie Lee Curtis, she said a brilliant thing. In fact, let's hear her saying it for herself.
The term anti-aging. What? What are you talking about? We're all going to age. We're all going to die. Why do you want to look 17 when you're 70? I want to look 70 when I'm 70.
Exactly. The best 70 that you can look, you know, you do want to always think that with actresses, don't you? Their job is to be expressive, you know, to express emotions and feelings and all of that and do their job properly. And I remember interviewing Meryl Streep, clang, that I did.
I'm impressed.
I know. And she said, I can't have all of this in my face because I have to do my job.
Yeah.
You know, apart from anything else, I have to do that. You know?
I think that's true. I think if you can't use your face, if you can't fully express through your face, then what does that mean in terms of, you know, your face is literally how you face up to the world. The clue is in the name. And I think if you can't do that, then that has a knock-on effect actually to how you feel.
Sure.
And I do see in fashion a lot of frozen faces.
And in that front row, it's like, oh, okay, they've all been caught in a wind tunnel, and it's mad. In the book, though, you do say something that I'm slightly nervous about, which is that you do say you should actually look at yourself bare naked in the mirror. Honestly, Anna, I don't think I've ever done that, even as a toddler. I don't know. Why should we do that, though? Why is it so
Well,
important?
it was Carolina Herrera, the very soigné fashion designer of a certain age, who once said to me, "There's one thing every woman needs in her wardrobe." And I was thinking, what is it? Is it the perfect little black dress? You know, turns out it's a full-length mirror. She was saying use it, obviously, to work out what works from your clothes perspective. I think it's really important also to use it to reprogram how you feel about yourself and your body. You know, as women especially, I mean, it's happening more to men, but especially for women, we're given so much negative programming. Oh, my thigh should be this, my arm should be that. And actually to just look with love in your full-length mirror, not allow yourself to have those thoughts that are so hardwired in all of us, is a little step on the path to loving yourself. And again, I really think that's what age, one of the many things age just gives us an opportunity to do, is to fully love ourselves exactly who we are, lines and all, you know, droopy thighs and all, and what a wonderful experience that is.
Right, I'm going to do it. I may never recover, but I'm going to do it. The book is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. You know, wise women. And there's so much information in here, which is absolutely vital. And especially, I think, not just women of my age, but also much younger women as well, just to say to them, for goodness sake, don't be listening to all of that. This is the way ahead. Destination Fabulous, Finding Your Way to the Best You Yet, is out right now. Have that by your bedside. Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. After the break, BAFTA winner, CBeebies presenter and Strictly star, of course, George Webster is next with a wee bit of a surprise for him. Mark is here as well.
Yes, it is time to raid your daughters or your mum's wardrobe. I've got the must-have looks that can be worn by all the family, just like the stars.
Lorraine, sponsored by Nestle Shredded Wheat.
Modern day magpies, where others just see stuff. They see selling this and that, because cash is no longer exclusively in the attic. Sorry, Fred. Cashing in by clearing out. That's the eBay way.
Imagine breakfast with a little more. More crunch. More pleasure. More Dorset. New Dorset Cereals Muesli Crunch. It's time for more.
Nivea Q10 celebrates 25 years of proven results. Forget about wrinkles and join the millions of UK women who trust Nivea Q10 Anti-Wrinkle Power. Our pure Q10 antioxidant visibly reduces the appearance of wrinkles for smoother looking skin. Trust the power of our Q10 from Nivea.
These new multigrain Pringles, they're like regular Pringles but different. I like your hamster.
What do you mean?
It's wonderfully different.
New multi-tasty multi-grain Pringles. Same, yet wonderfully different.
Gusto presents the UK's best value recipe box. Sign up now for 60% off your first box. Visit gusto.co.uk.
From the UK's #1 hair mask brand, new Garnier Ultimate Blends Hair-Free Pineapple for glowing lengths. 97% natural origin ingredients. Rinse out or leave in. Yes, 2 times less visible split ends. Up to 7 times smoother hair. No silicone. No weigh down. No limit lengths. No limit glow. New Ultimate Blends Hair-Free Pineapple. Available at Boots by Garnier. Naturally.
If, like me, you love dogs and cats, then you'll want to keep watching because so many need your help. Twinkle was found tied to a gate. She'd been abandoned, left to starve and to freeze in the terrible cold. She was terrified. If it wasn't for Battersea, Twinkle might not have survived the night. And then there's little Minnie, all alone in the world with no one to care for her. Her skin had become infected and she was in agony. You could see the desperation in her eyes. These are just 2 injured and abused dogs that arrive at Battersea each year. It's shocking, isn't it? Seeing innocent animals in such a state. We really have to help them. Battersea are a charity, and without people like you, they can't be there for cats and dogs who need urgent medical care. So please text CARE to 70099 and give just £3 a month. Your money could make sure that these dogs and cats get the medicine, love and care that they need. Look, we're supposed to be a nation of animal lovers, so please, will you give today? Because you can make a real difference. I mean, just look at little Minnie here now. Look at her. Is she gorgeous, little girl? So please text CARE to 70099 and give just £3 a month. Thank you.
Lorraine, sponsored by Nestle Shredded Wheat.
Welcome back. Some brave souls there. Now what they're doing is they're showing off amazing hairdos. It's an annual hair freezing contest in Canada. What a fantastic nation that is. They douse themselves in the hot springs and then they run out making really weird hairstyles and then their hair freezes in the -20 degrees air. I like that very much. Right, Michael Ball is still to come this morning. Before that, though, competition time. Our Andy is live in Tenerife for us this morning. Oh, look at that sunshine. Hi, Andy.
Lorraine, good morning. They're in -20 there in Canada, and those hairstyles are hilarious. Wouldn't work on my hair. I'm in +20 here in Tenerife, and just look at the sunshine. And it is fantastic, and we really could bring some sunshine into your life if you win this prize. Now, the clock is ticking on your chance to win a life-changing £250 Some would say that's a hair-raising amount of money, but it really is. It is a life-changing amount of money, which is guaranteed to go to somebody. It could be you watching right now. You're sitting there, enjoying your morning, enjoying your breakfast whilst watching the rain. All you do is pick up your phone, make that one entry, because you can enter multiple times, but it only takes one entry to win £250,000. That is so much money. Come over here, Sam. Look, look, they're all scattering. But oh, no, she's not scattering. Madam, you're straight onto the telly, aren't you? What's your name?
Sam.
Hello, Sam. What are you doing here in Tenerife?
I brought my mum for a little break. She deserves it.
Okay, and are you going to enter to win £250,000?
Yes, I am.
And as you should do, Sam.
You're a wanker. He's a wanker. What a wanker. Look at him. Oh my God.
Prize draw to win £20,000 to spend with Jet2 holidays. Whether it's
after becoming the first CBeebies presenter and Strictly Celebrity with Down syndrome. And now George Webster, well, he's releasing his debut children's book. It's called This Is Me. He joins me now with co-author and CBeebies producer Claire Taylor. Great to see both of you. Great to see you, George. Well done. This is brilliant. Are you happy? You know when there's that moment where you get the book in your hand, was that?
That's
hugely exciting.
So surreal. We're really proud of This Is Me.
Yeah.
And it's just brilliant, you know.
It's fantastic. It
It
really is. It's beautifully illustrated as well. And it's obviously all come from your idea. And that's wonderful to get an idea and then here it is, you know, finally. And it's all about, it's for everybody though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for everyone. Because it's about celebrating differences. We're unique and talented, but we can all shine like stars. And also, we all go and glow inside of each of us. That makes us different.
Of course, exactly. Every single person.
Yeah.
Claire, what was it about this young man that you just kind of thought, yeah,
oh God,
we want him in our gang. He's got to come to our gang in CBeebies.
Well, as George describes, he has this special glow, which we knew we needed immediately on the channel. I spotted George on a BBC Bite Size video on our social platform, and you were busting the myths about Down syndrome.
Sure.
And it was those sparkly eyes, absolute glow and effervescent personality. Just we knew immediately he'd make the best presenter.
It's worked incredibly well. It's been brilliant. Great reaction, obviously, George. It's been fantastic. But from there, you've been doing so many other things. I mean, obviously, we've got the book, This Is Me, and you were on Strictly. Of course, did you love that?
I absolutely loved
it. Look at you. You look just really having an absolute ball.
I just love that experience. It's a dream come true because I love Strictly.
It's great, isn't it?
It's so brilliant.
I could never do it though, George. I know. Well, look, Amy was so delighted to dance with you. She's got a wee message for you. Have a look.
Hey George, I miss dancing with you, partner, but I wanted to say a massive congratulations on your new book, This Is Me. It's absolutely fabulous. I'm so proud of you. Keep pushing the boundaries, working hard, and I can't wait to see you real soon. Lots of love.
Oh, that is so nice. It's a 10 from Amy. It's a 10 from me. It's a 10 from everyone, basically, for the book. Now, as well as everything that you do, I know you love acting.
Yes.
And that's something that you want to do more. You've already been in movies and TV, all of that, of course.
I love acting. It's really fun. I've been in Cowboy Tea and a few other things. Got my theatre work coming up, and I'd love to do lots of other things.
What would be the dream role, do you think?
I'd love to be in Doctor Who.
Doctor Who?
Yeah.
Would you want to be a villain in Doctor Who, or do you want to be a companion in Doctor Who, or do you want to be Doctor Who?
Doctor Who, all the companion would be brilliant.
Okay.
Death in Paradise.
Death in Paradise because of the sunshine. So
Yeah.
we know these things.
Yeah.
That's a good one. But it's in there.
That's for TV, then for like film, like Marvel. or a horror film.
You could be a superhero.
Yeah.
Yeah, superhero would be good.
Definitely. Or James Bond.
Oh, that would be the dream.
Funny you should mention that. Funny you should. I think you look rather smart.
Oh, George.
That's really good. So really, you know, I feel as if with you is obviously you've got a body of work behind you. There's so much still to come. You would agree, Claire, wouldn't you? So much to come.
Oh,
for George.
completely. I mean, George is smashing it, isn't he? And the world's your oyster. Yeah, there's so many endless possibilities, I think, for George.
Definitely.
And for others just like George.
Well, of course.
Definitely.
Exactly. You must get, because you know what it's like, you must get so much response from other folks who live with Down syndrome who just go, oh, wait a minute, George can do that. So I can do this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's that thing of it. But George's on the telly. George's doing all these amazing things. So I can do amazing things as well.
Because we all dream big. We all dream and have different dreams. Just live your life and don't let anyone else decide for you because it's your life.
Yeah.
And be you, be yourself. And work hard, because hard work is the key.
Exactly. Work ethic, George.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Listen, I think you're great. Claire, thanks ever so much for coming as well. This is me, obviously. It's out now, and it's just great. It's just great.
Thank you very much, Lorraine.
And Doctor Who, I'd like to see you as Doctor Who. Right, still to come before 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, look at that. Absolutely lovely. That's what I like. Cheap, quick, easy and delicious. Look at that. Lovely.
George has cheered me up. Love George. Money Mum, Gemma Bird, she's got a great idea for tonight's tea. It's less than £1, which is fantastic. Mark's here. We're talking fashion now. All ages.
For all ages, that's what it's all about. Because I always hear this when I'm walking about the streets, and I always say, "Oh, I always make my daughter stuff," and vice versa.
Right.
Now I know that we've seen you do a bit of this with Rosie. It has definitely happened.
Do you remember we had the same? Oh, that was really good.
Yeah, 2018.
Oh,
Great. I know.
When we were young.
We were young. We were innocent. We had no idea what was coming our way. Do you ever feel that sometimes? Yeah. But that's the thing, and I hear it non-stop, is that there's always kind of... So I decided to get a family who love the fashion.
Right.
They're awesome. Should we bring them out?
Yes,
Let's take a look at it. Because we've got the wonderful Amy, Julie, and Margaret. Here you are.
Wow,
they love the fashion. They look
fantastic. And
fantastic.
you've got the same one in different
This is the thing. So I wanted to take one piece that you can do in loads of different ways and do it at different ages as well. How are you all today? Are you all good?
Very well, thank you.
Right, okay, so we've got Amy. I'm going to get 31. Oh, they give her a 31, that's right.
Yes.
I'm allowed to say you're in your 50s, is that
You
right?
are, yeah.
Yeah, she's in her
Thank
50s,
you.
okay?
Yeah,
And then we've got the wonderful Margaret, who it comes in. You're 78.
You're 78?
She's 78.
Oh, behave.
Still working.
Seriously?
Do you work for the NHS, don't you? Yeah, you're
Thank
PA
you.
as well.
Thank you for everything
Exactly.
you do. Goodness,
78, love the fashion. So we're going to start off with, as I said, this one dress. This is from Dorothy Perkins.
It's cute.
What I loved about this, really easy to wear dress. It's under £30. It comes in. It was £39. It's now £27.30.
Very good.
And it's recycled polyester as well, so it's sustainable, which is
Excellent.
just
Like
brilliant
that.
news. You know what I
it's
mean?
really good.
So I wanted to show it first of all on the wonderful Amy here, and toughen it up a little bit. So I love that kind of juxtaposition of that kind of like
Me
floral
too.
dress,
Yes.
and then a little, you know what I mean, a little biker. So
Yeah.
this is a cracking biker here. This is from Peacocks. It comes in at £28 for that one. Just a great piece to have in your wardrobe. It's really important to have one of them. Little bag as well. This is from Zara with all that kind of
Cute.
stud work in there.
Yeah.
That comes in at £32.99. And then we've got the big chunky boots. This is the important bit. They are from Lindsay, and they come in at £41.99.
I love them. But you could wear that with a high heel if you wanted
Well,
to.
it's
up to you, but that goes with the leather jacket.
I mean, literally, I was like, kind of like, there were so many looks because you could actually wear that dress to a wedding, if I'm being honest. You could do that with a yellow clutch, they're fantastic. My intro, thank you so much. Next up, we've got the wonderful Julie. So what we've done here is, because it's a button-down dress, is leave it completely open.
Indeed.
So you can do it almost as like a kind of spring summer duster coat.
Right.
Or like I always call them like fabulous fling-ons, when you literally can't be bothered. You've got literally a t-shirt and a pair of jeans.
Sure.
Just pop it on. It's going to look fantastic. So it's a great piece here. I'm going to pop, as I said, little t-shirt here from Next at £7.50 for that. Really good stretchy jeans. They are from Oasis, coming in at £22.50. Then we've got the bag from Marks and Spencer's, which comes in at £39.50. Very similar to the Loewe one.
Yes, and that would
but
go
it's a
in.
fraction of the price. And then the boots from Matalan. They were £29. They are now £18.50.
Beautiful.
And you've never worn a dress like that.
I have never worn a dress over trousers.
Yeah.
No, I would never think of it.
No,
but it works.
It
looks
does.
great.
It's just
Really
bumps
does.
up the outfit, doesn't it?
It does.
It's just a different way of wearing things.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you, Judy, my angel. Right, next up we have got the gorgeous Margaret. Looking fabulous.
I love
in,
this.
In the little Dorothy Perkins
You look
dress.
so good.
And then we've got this is your first denim jacket, isn't it?
It is.
We've got it in. We've got it in. We've got the jacket here from Marks and Spencer's, £39.50 for that. Beautiful little bag from Accessorize. So picking out that yellow from the dress, that comes in at £38. And the trainers, how are you feeling in your trainers?
Wonderful. Loving the trainers.
They're
They are sensible and yet
comfortable and not so exactly.
because they're glittery.
River
I like
Island,
them.
£43.
I like
You look
them.
marvellous. You really do. Right, you're going to go
And
and see
they're
next
going to change
outfit.
into
I
the
know.
next one. Okay.
I know. Can you imagine doing it on live telly? But as we've gone and seen that you and Rosie, for example, you've gone and done it. A-listers have done it as well. We've gone and seen the likes of Angelina Jolie.
With
She
her
did fantastic.
daughter, yes.
Yeah, I love
So she's wearing her mum's dress.
She's wearing that dress. Isn't it awesome? It's so good.
I like that.
Zahara in that. And then we've also got Demi Moore as well, with Ruma wearing the same outfit.
How
as well.
cute.
So it is.
Look the same age.
And, it's so true. It's so true. You can do it yourself as well. I've got some cracking examples. I'm going to start off. Hold on a wee second. Where are we? Let me pop these down. These are from George at Asda. So this has been done in conjunction with the Prince's Trust.
Oh, nice.
And Disney. What they're going to do is take 6 young budding designers, and they're going to created their own little designs with a combination.
Oh,
of it.
that's really good.
So it's for International Women's Day as well,
Love
which is next Wednesday.
Yeah,
so
of
that's a
course.
great one there from George.
So you can wear the
Asda.
same t-shirt.
Yes,
That's
quite
good.
like that. Little kind of sweatshirty jumper. We've got this here from Matalan,
Oh, I like
which is
that.
wonderful.
Love, love, love.
They're very nice, aren't they? Yeah. So
I
we've got
like
this.
the it's-
Yeah, no, totally.
Isn't it?
£16 for the adult one, £11 for the kids one, and it's super cozy, which I'm absolutely adoring. We've also got this great little dress here.
Oh, that's really
really nice. So this is from 2 at Sainsbury's.
adorable.
That's a great summer dress.
Isn't it,
Do you know what I
though?
mean? Whether you're getting the mini me version
Yeah,
or
yeah.
not. This was this is £24 for the adult one, and then £14 for the other one, which is really nice. And that's
On
got
holidays.
and I like it. So it looks like kind of smocking at the front, but then at the back they've got you would call it like kind of sheared at the back here.
Yes.
So it kind of
Super comfy.
everyone the exact same as that dress there, which is
I really like that. And when they're that age, they'll wear it.
I really like it. Do you know what I
I
mean?
do.
So you got that there. That would go beautifully with a little denim jacket. We've got this
Yeah.
one here. This is from
I
River
love denim
Island.
jackets on babies. Look.
Oh, look. There we go.
So cute.
So £50 for the adult one,
Yes.
26 for the kids one. I have to say, River Island do extremely good mini-me looks.
They do.
They really do. They are absolutely fantastic. And if you want to do that, so actually kind of casual looks,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you've
yeah.
also got these kind of, I really like it for occasion wear. I love
It'd be
it for
lovely for a
occasion wear.
wedding.
Wouldn't that be nice?
A wedding
So
or
we've
a
got this
Christmas.
lovely one here from Chi Chi
Ooh.
London. The
love
adults one is now £64. The kids one comes in at 28.
Beautiful.
Isn't it
Look at
lovely?
that.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, I love that.
So there we go. Should we get them back?
Yeah,
Come on, come on.
yeah. Let's come back in.
Our lovely ladies, well
Okay,
done.
Look at that.
Congratulations.
Well done for getting changed so quickly.
I know. So we have gone for a jumpsuit.
Yes.
And this is one of the easiest to wear jumpsuits you've ever come across. As you can see, you've got that gorgeous one there. It is from Next and it comes in at £40. It's plissé fabric, not going to crease.
Brilliant.
Stretched it. Yeah. I'm going to start off with the wonderful Amy first of all and do it in I think, quite an unusual way.
Yeah.
Literally using it as a base. Using it as a black trouser and a black t-shirt, and I'm going to put a hoodie, and I'm going to put your little jacket over the top. So the jacket is from Marks and Spencer's at $49.50. The hoodie comes in from New Look at $19.99. We've now got this bag as well. This is from Matalan. Now that comes in at £15. I need
Right.
to show you these because I'm kind of obsessed.
Different straps.
Got different straps.
Oh, clever.
And they're £5 each. Can you see them
I'm
there?
liking.
How good is that?
It's like you've got 5 different bags.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So a brilliant way of doing it. I've seen lots of designers do it, and it costs an absolute fortune. So that's a really, I'm really chuffed with Matalan doing that. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I've also got the trainers as well. They're from Georgia Asda.
Oh, they're cute.
Coming in at £16.
I really like them. It's very fresh and young, but again, anybody could wear that.
And you're comfy, aren't you?
I am. I could wear this every day. Yeah.
Jobs are good. Thank you, my darling.
Thank you.
Next, we've got the lovely Julie. Literally just kind of that blinging it up. I just want to show
that belt.
Show it in all its glory, but then with an amazing belt. So you can do this. You might have accessories already in your wardrobe. You know what I mean? That you can do this with. This belt is from Zara. It comes in at $35.99. It's gorgeous. It's great at doing those kind of things.
I love that.
And I want to pick out some of the pastel tones in that. So we've got that lovely bag there from Deichmann coming in at $17.99. And then the shoes as well. They are from Primark.
They're
coming
lovely.
in at $30.
What? How much?
£13.
Wow,
Very nice indeed. And you're
so
like
comfy, and I like the fact that you can dress it up and you could wear it every day as well.
You could go proper out in that.
You could
couldn't
go
you?
out
Do you know what I
now,
mean?
yes.
And then great for like daytime as well.
That's really beautiful.
Thank you, my darling.
Fantastic.
Next we have got the lovely Margaret. First ever jumpsuit. Tell me the reason why. Go on, tell me.
Well, when you want to see independent, it's a bit. No, that's all I say about jumpsuits. It's like your clothes, and then it's a fact.
You're saying it's super comfy, aren't you?
It's really nice.
We've only converted it. So the original jumpsuit from Next, beautiful blazer here from Wallace. It was £85. It's now £59.50 for that. Love it on you, you really do. The bag is from New Look. Was £25.99, no, £19.40.
It's a good bag. Get a lot in there,
isn't it? And classic shoes from Dorothy Perkins. They were £45. They're now £31.50. Pop yourself back there and let's take a look at all three.
You look amazing.
Stuff,
Absolutely. I cannot believe your age. It's
I know.
I'm
Aren't they
astounded.
wonderful?
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. You all look great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, Mark. Thank you. And after the break, while preparing for his West End return, Michael Ball bringing us that Friday feeling. And ahead of our night at the Oscars, we've Kate Blanchett showing us a very different side. There he is.
Lorraine, sponsored by Nestle Shredded Wheat.
If you're lost, you can look and you will find me.
I Can Only Be Me. The stunning new orchestral album by Eva Cassidy and the London Symphony Orchestra. Eva Cassidy, I Can Only Be Me. Out now.
No other emollient treats more dry skin conditions than E45 cream, which is why it's loved by millions of UK hands, feet, arms, joints, tummies. And now, finally, E45 can be loved by millions of faces too. Introducing our new facial moisturiser and cleanser, suitable for dry and sensitive skin. It's just what your face needs, every day. E45, loved by UK skin.
Welcome to the best restaurant in town, Your Kitchen. Today's special, Sharwood's Veggie Tikka Masala for less than £1.25 per portion. A quick chop of your veg, then into the pan with chickpeas. Now, time to up the excitement with delicious Sharwood's Tikka Masala sauce. Sharwood's, food you love for less than £1.25 per portion.
Looking back at old camera phones, eyes look really dark, really washed out. Emma looks great. I look dreadful. You can only see me teeth. When I take a photo using this phone, it's more true to life. It's what we look like. I'm AJ, and I've got a Google Pixel.
They come from deep underground. Their plan? To take over the world. For years, the grown-ups have been keeping the veg invasion at bay. But they can't do it alone. They need your help, kids.
You're going down, Peace. I'm helping to defeat them.
Join the fight. Eat them to defeat them.
Ever been
Drawn to something and not known why? Maybe it's what we mean when we say something speaks to us. Meet the new 408 with a design meant to seduce more than eyes, allure and passion from every angle. Because what truly speaks to us is the voice whispering into our souls. The alluring new Peugeot 408.
Go Henry and Warner Brothers Studio Tour London, the making of Harry Potter, have joined forces. Order your free limited edition card today at gohenry.com.
Let's play online with Mecha Bingo. Let's play together. And with more oomph. Let's play like a top dog. Anywhere at all. Let's play to win. And let's play for the fun of it. Let's play online with Mecha Bingo.
Whoa, cheesy.
Thank you.
Mini cheddars, baked with real cheese.
Lorraine, sponsored by Nestle Shredded Wheat.
Welcome back. That's Hollywood star Kate Blanchett appearing in a pop video for US band Sparks. They supposedly asked her at an awards ceremony last year if she'd take part, and she said yes. She said yes, Michael.
Well, who would blame that? Sparks are fantastic.
Yeah.
This town ain't big enough for the boat.
This town ain't big enough for the boat.
The nearly meal's gonna lead the...
Absolutely. We're going to talk about loads, especially your book, which I love. It's very good. It's quite naughty as well, but that's good. First of all, though, our money mum, Gemma Bird, has been showing us her favourite recipes for less than a pound a portion. Today, she is back. Have a look at this.
So close.
So today we're going to make creamy veggie pasta. It is quick and easy to do and really affordable. So you're going to need pasta, an onion, a couple of peppers, some cream cheese, spinach, some garlic powder and a stock cube. You don't want to see me chop an onion. Now let's just go and cook it. Drizzle some oil in your pan. Add your onions. Give them a good stir. Then add your chopped peppers. Make sure you add a whole tub of cream cheese. Once it's all mixed together, add in your spinach. Now, add your stock cube. Now you're going to need a teaspoon of garlic powder. Then just give it another really good stir. That's it. Now we've just got to mix it all together with my cooked pasta. Oh, look at that. Absolutely lovely. That's what I like. Cheap, quick, easy and delicious. Look at that. Lovely.
You can find that recipe for that one and all of Money Mum's £1 Super Saver meals from this week on our website. Remember, you can use frozen veg if you can't get hold of the fresh stuff, especially the peppers. You can do that. Thanks for your messages. Emmerdale's Mandy, Lisa Riley, of course. She loved our chat about anti-aging. She says, absolutely, utterly wonderful, fantastic. Do whatever works best for you. We're all going to age. She's quite right. Thanks for all that. It's great. Now, I'm going to be talking to that man there. There he is. Michael Ball. There he is. He's right here. Told you. After the competition. Andy, hello, my love, in Tenerife.
Oh, good morning once again, Lorraine. Now, Lorraine, stay there. I've got something interesting to tell you. I've got £250,000 to give away. That's the most interesting thing, and the line's closed a little bit later today. But over there is the island of La Gomera. Now, on that island, and actually, Lorraine, somebody we both work with is from that island. La Gomera is an island where they communicate by whistling. So I would like to communicate to you, Lorraine, by whistling. Here we go. That's my community. I probably didn't hear it because I can't whistle very well. But if you did Yeah, there we go. That's just especially for you, Lorraine. Just especially for you. There we go. Right, look, £250,000 is what I've got to give away. It's a life-changing amount of money, and somebody's guaranteed to win it. But as I said, the clock is ticking on your chance to win. The line's closed today at 4 p.m. Begin to think what you would do with that sort of money. It's a life-changing amount of money. If you want to follow the sun around the world all year, that's something you could do. It's something I get to do for my job. Or would you save it for a rainy day? No rainy days here, but we could rain £250,000 from ITV's bank account into yours. And if you enter by 4 o'clock today, which you'll need to do, you'll also be entered into our bonus prize. Good luck.
And remember, this competition is supersized. If you enter this week, you'll also be entered into the bonus prize draw to win £20,000 to spend with Jet2 holidays. Whether it's city breaks or beach holidays, there's 20 grand to spend on whatever kind of holiday you want. For another chance to win, text cash to 82248. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or go to the website. Entries cost £2. You can call 09068 782248. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and phone number to Holiday09, PO Box 7558, Derby, DE10NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines closed for the cash and the holiday voucher at 4 p.m. on Friday the 3rd of March. Good luck.
Good luck to you. No, we're talking. No, it's fine. I was going to give you the big build up there.
Do it.
I'm not going to bother now. I'm just going to say Michael Ball's here, and we're going to be talking about the Empire.
Yeah.
Which is.
Out on paperback.
Excuse me, come on. Sunday Times bestseller. That's terribly grown up.
It was really
a
cool.
brilliant read. I romped through it, and I wanted to know what was going to happen. Is there going to be more?
Yeah, I'm sort of writing at the moment. I've done about 30,000 words. As I was saying to you before, it's knowing where you're going. It's knowing what your big finale is like in a show, and it'll change.
Yeah, that's interesting because you said when you were writing this, it was like writing a show. It was like being in a show and going on that particular route.
Absolutely, you need to know who your characters are, and like happens in rehearsal, things can suddenly be thrown up, and you think, oh, this can change.
And you can go that
these can develop. But as long for me, as long as I know the big moments that we're heading for, and take the audience on a journey.
You really are, and the thing is, this is a lovely letter really to the theatre, which you adore with every fibre of your being.
I really do. And it's people who work in the theatre are my tribe, and it doesn't change. The book is set in 1922. Which was a pivotal changing moment in theatre. It's when the influence from America was coming over with the musicals. It's post First World War. People needed entertainment.
Absolutely.
The change in the role for women, the suffragette movement, it's populated with a lot of very powerful women, of which there are many in the theatre.
Oh, very much so.
And
pioneers.
And it's set in a building I just love, I walk into a theatre. Remember the first time going into a theatre as a punter and looking at this beauty and this magic around me, the auditorium, the foyer.
Special, yeah.
And then you get backstage and you see how utterly different it is.
It's really crummy and kind of falling apart and all that. Everything. So the glamour.
That's the exciting part of it, and those characters that make up the family that is a company.
It's such a great idea, it really is.
Thank you.
And Billy, who suffers crippling stage fright, this is you. You can write all the things that you went through yourself. You know what it's like.
I think we can only write about what we know, what we've experienced, if you want to write with authority.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to have this character, Billy, who had been through what I went through when I was doing Les Mis, through panic attacks, through a breakdown and such, losing your nerve.
Yeah.
And finding the techniques to get past that, to be able to get back onto a stage.
It's amazing, you did it.
And what's interesting, when it happened to me, no one was talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
This is 1986, I think it is. Now people are talking, and now when I talk about mental health issues, you see so many people go, I went through the same thing and we
Yeah.
couldn't talk about it. So it's about talking about it and about getting.
And that character is so good.
He's great. I love Bill.
There's going to be more Bill. We like Bill.
As I said, yes, yeah.
Obviously, you're looking at this and you're so vivid, and you get the images in your head and all of that. It's got at some point it's got to be on the telly or in the big screen.
Well, we're hoping. I mean, we're having a chat
Michael.
at the moment. That's
Good.
all I can say about that.
Chats are ongoing.
Chats are
I'm glad to
ongoing.
hear it.
My people will call their people.
Indeed. You obviously love the theatre. You're going to be back in Aspects of Love. It's a sort of reimagining of Aspects of Love, kind of where it's kind of completing the circle in a way.
That's what's very emotional.
Yeah.
I just finished doing Hairspray, and what is it, a year and a half ago now, just after the lockdown. And I'm sitting and I'm thinking, well, what would I'd like to do next? Michael Ball in what was going to work? And I was away with Kath, and I put the telly on, and Moonraker was on.
Yes.
And
okay.
Roger Moore was Bond. Now, Roger and I met, we were great friends up to the end, but we met rehearsing Aspects of Love.
Right.
And he was going to be in it, and he pulled out of the production. I was thinking about Rog, and I'm thinking, I had a big birthday last year, and I went, God, I'm nearly the age that Roger was when he did Aspects. And it was literally like a light bulb went on. So I phoned Andrew Lloyd Webber, and took him to lunch and put this idea, and he loved it.
Yeah.
It's among his greatest scores. It's a very different song, very different kind of a show thing.
Right.
It's a chamber piece. I wanted to get the team that I originally did Sweeney Todd with to get on board. Jonathan Kent directing, Nick Skilbeck doing the music and so on. And they've all gone yes. So it's one thing, you know, Lorraine, you have an idea and then suddenly you're rehearsing in 3 weeks' time.
Gosh, listen, I have to ask you something very, very, very important.
Okay.
There's a 99-year-old lady, she's called Dorothy Walsh, and Dorothy is, when I say super fan, I am talking huge super fan. She's at the Rose Court Care Home in Radcliffe in Manchester. Can you just say hello?
Of course
Dorothy?
I can. Dorothy, why aren't you here, my lovely? Well, come and see us in Aspects. And I'm sending you the biggest hug. I'll come and see you on your 100th birthday. It's a date.
Oh,
we're on.
Michael, that is so cool. She will be waiting
Oh, look
for
at
you.
her. Oh, God bless her. Nice.
Imagine being 99. She looks blinking great for 99, I'll tell you that, she does. But look, meanwhile, Dorothy can enjoy the Empire.
She can.
She's going to hopefully be seeing it on a screen near her to celebrate her 100th birthday.
One can hope.
So much going on in your life. You need to come back. Anytime.
I'm just down the road.
Just down the road.
I'll pop in tomorrow, shall I?
Please do. Aspects of Love. When does it start, May?
May the 12th reopen just for a limited season, 6 months.
Fantastic. It's Friday, so that means Alison and Dermot are here this morning. Hello, you two. Hi.
Thanks, Jane. Here's what we've got coming up today following Alison's excellent experience on Saturday Night Takeaway. We're finding out what the real life Ghostbusters story.
Yeah, also our coupon queen, Holly J. Smith, is back to save you a little more money.
Spencer Matthews telling us about his epic expedition on Mount Everest.
And Fleur East is getting us into that Party Friday mood as she performs live in the studio.
Get ready to meet a brand new Giles breakfast like you've never met before. Our very own Giles gets a makeover. Join us for that and a lot more after the break.
Oh, I am intrigued. Thank you both very much. That's all for today. Queen of the Jungle, Jill Scott, and Helen Mirren join me next week. You have a lovely, lovely weekend. See you then.
Getting the most out of your morning with Lorraine. Sponsored by Nestle Shredded Wheat.
At Lidl, we're always little on price. That doesn't mean sometimes or for a bit. It means we always make our prices little, and sometimes even littler. On everything from humble spuds to British roasts to cheeky chilies. From milk to your weekly shop, we're always little on price. Download Lidl Plus and you could save even more. Now that's big on quality and always little on price.
When a stroke strikes, the damage spreads like a fire in the brain. When you spot any single one of these signs, think and act fast. Face. Has it fallen on one side? Arms. Can they raise them? Speech. Is it slurred? Time. Even if you're not sure, call 999. The faster you act, the more of the person we save. When stroke strikes, act fast. Call 999.
Come in here.
You good?
Oh, you McSpicy face. Come in here. With 100% chicken breast and a spicy crispy coating, the McSpicy is here to stay.
It's frustrating. I'm uncomfortable down there. I feel like I can't do the things I want to.
Around 1 in 2 women experience vaginal dryness, itching, or uncomfortable sex after the menopause.
Have you heard about Gina? No. What's that?
Gina treats the cause and relieves the main symptoms by replacing estrogen where it's needed. Gina, the only product effective at treating the cause of vaginal dryness after the menopause without prescription.
It's just everywhere, like everything's just that bit more expensive, but it's hard to figure out where the best place to cut back is, isn't it?
I'm a queen of the reduced to clear section.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it. My little eyes, that's all they go to. Because there's all little treasures in there. We came out with Baconaise, which I didn't know was a thing. So we bought it.
Hello, darlings. Aunt Helga. Futuristic scooters, old school website. Relax, web upgrades, I own them. Better design, e-commerce, high performance. Now you're fit for the future. I scoot off now. Your digital partner, Ionos.
ICVX is the UK's freshest new streaming service, and now you can go premium.
Nice and cool, you know what I mean?
Stream all of your favorites ad-free. Perfect. And get even more shows and films with access to Britney.
I'm sold.
Start your free 7-day trial today and go premium on ITVX.
Head, shoulders, knees and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and nose. Natural. Paws and ears and tails and toes. Yes, it's head, shoulders, knees and nose. Natural.
Goodness that tastes good. When it comes to your dog, Naturo knows. Naturally.
Welcome to my morning, where the race for the front seat is on.
And it seems we've got a new record.
Arnold Clark, new and used cars, proud sponsors of This Morning.
Hello there. It's the weekend, isn't it? Happy Friday, everybody. Are you welcome to this morning? Charles is here, Lisa's here,
Scott's here.
We're all here.
Holly
Very
Jay's
happy.
here. Atte's waiting in the wings.
Holly Jay's there. Woo!
Crew are here.
Ready.
The crew are here.
Dermot O'Leary's here.
Crew's had a tough week.
Dermot O'Leary's here.
Record scratch.
See you. It's amazing how much power you
Listen, let me tell you, I've had a great week because most of my week has been spent online watching on repeat again and again and again. I cannot tell you the joy.
I absolutely hate it.
It's marvellous. This is Alison last week on Saturday Night Takeaway. Oh, it's joyous.
Oh no, I don't
Joyous.
think we've seen that
Because
again.
as soon as I saw you pull up in the car, I was like, oh, she's tired. she's not.
You know what, I'm not I'm tired.
She's not going to enjoy it one bit. You're such a
I think that's
sport.
the only reason they got me.
if I'm honest with you, because I was tired. It's the end of the day. I've
Yeah.
been working all day.
No, but you're open as well. You like, you're open to the prospect of ghosts.
Yeah, I'm
Spirits.
totally open
Exactly.
to it. I feel when there's a presence.
I love it.
And
that at dinner.
I don't care whatever you say. That hotel,
It's still haunted.
I know for a fact it's still haunted. Listen, I knew something wasn't quite right the minute I set foot in that hotel. But the people I should have called are the real Ghostbusters.
Which is just as well, because Alex and Nick are paranormal experts, and they say they've experienced some real ghostly goings on.
Yes.
And they're going to join us a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to join us a little bit later on, and they're going to be telling us, some of the spooky signs that we should be looking out for if I'm ever in a haunted hotel.
I'm sure you will be. Also on the show today, when you think about when you think about normal Giles Brandreth, well, you picture him by a fire, reading some Wordsworth or some Chaucer or
Doing
something
some
like
poetry.
That. Exactly, yeah. In one of those many wonderful, colourful, elaborate woolly jumpers. But today, we're getting a whole new Brandreth, right?
Yes, exactly that. We have asked Lisa Snowdon to transform his wardrobe and give him a glamorous This Morning makeover. And the reason for this is because there's a very special occasion next week. Isn't that right?
It is right, believe it or not. This is virtually incredible. I'm turning 75.
No!
It's almost
Choose
unbelievable.
inquiry.
But to celebrate my birthday, because we've had some very good news in our family, our youngest grandson, Kit, when he was a baby, spent a year in Great Ormond Street with a childhood cancer. And he has just had his 5-year all clear. So what kind of a birthday present is that?
Yeah.
So to say thank you to Great Ormond Street, we are doing a show at the London Palladium to raise £75,000 for my 75th birthday. And I've got, it's Giles and Judy, meaning Dame Judy, and all the dames, a dozen dames, Joanna Lumley, Twiggy, Joanna Benjamin, you name it, Sheila Hancock, Maureen Lipman, a dozen of them on the stage for the London Palladium. And my wife said to me, Giles, you going dressed like a duck? With all these incredible, iconic women, the greatest actresses in the world, on the London Palladium. You've got to dress up. And I thought, where do I go? And then I thought, Lisa. So what are you going to do for me?
Well, listen, as much as I really love you in your jumpers, that is what I think when I think of you. But it is the Palladium.
It is.
We need to spruce you up, zhuzh you up, want you red carpet ready for you and your dozen dames.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited to get my hands on you. I can't wait.
Oh, I can't wait for this. That's going to be so lovely.
She's also back with more incredible cash-saving deals and some coupon queen, Holly J. Smith. Good to have you back, Holly. What you got for us today?
I've got so much for you. Bargains, freebies, and even some chocolate treats. So
Is that a Terry's chocolate?
it's an orange one.
It's got my name on it, doesn't
If it
it?
didn't have, I'm sure it does now. And I'm sure it did have in the first place. Don't worry.
Thanks, Holly.
He has travelled to one of the most dangerous places on Earth for a very good reason on an epic expedition. Former Made in Chelsea star Spencer Matthews telling us about his Mount Everest mission coming up a little bit later.
Also on the show, Trini's showing you how to look and feel great at any age, no matter what it is. She's going to be sharing her makeup secrets at about 10:40.
Always good to have the Prince of Dublin back with us. Donal is rustling up a healthier alternative to your Friday night takeaway at about 11:45.
What's he making, babes?
Korean crispy chicken.
Oh,
Korean inspired crispy chicken.
Lovely. And Fleur Reese is getting you in that mood for the weekend. She's going to be in at midday as she talks about her music comeback and performs live in the studio.
Yeah, what about a phone in today? If you've got a question about, well, you name it, your dog, your cat, your rabbit, even your pet budgie, you know who to call. Dr. Scott is here to take your calls today. Dr. Scott, nice to see you.
Hey, hey.
Thanks for my cat advice for me back into my house last week. And Doctor, as
Got
always,
some advice?
Yeah, he always gives you great
So
advice
great.
about the cat.
It's great working here,
Oh,
isn't it?
it's really great. What you got for us today?
Look, I am just so keen to help as many of you as possible. So if it's a bird, if it's a cat, if it's a dog, a reptile, we want to see videos, we want to see photos, just give us all of that information. And if you're really lucky, at the end of that, I'll tell you my story about a ghost dog that I saw, Alison Hammond. Ghost dog. Yeah, that's all coming up a little bit later.
Where was the
ghost dog?
It was at my first job. I'm going to tell you later. I'm going to keep it
Let's
later.
talk about it later.
Yeah.
This is going to be amazing. I believe it. It's true.
The amazing thing is to the same hotel you went to last week.
Yeah,
Never
and
know.
literally
Never know.
sleeping underneath your bed.
If you need have any concerns about any of your pets, give us a call for free on 08000 30 40 44 or download our free This Morning app. I'm sure you've already got it. Of course you have. Do it by 11:15 today. You must be 18 or over.
Yeah, starting this morning discussing today's top stories with Giles and Atty. Good morning.
Morning,
to
to
both.
both of you. You both got the memo, blue today.
Let's start with this story about Frogmore Cottage. So, all sources have claimed the reason King Charles chose to take Prince Harry and Meghan's UK home from them was due to the Duke's comments about the Queen Consort Camilla. Charles reportedly started the eviction proceedings on the 11th of January, the day after Spare was released after reading a dossier of findings from aides about her.
Oh, it was the day after.
In the book. Charles, let's start with you. I mean, the first thing I thought was, when I read this, was I didn't know he had a UK cottage in the first. I thought if he's moved to America, then he's moved to America. So let's give someone in the royal household or someone that works for the royals. Let's use the asset rather.
The idea was that this was to be their UK base, Frogmore Cottage, which is on the Windsor estate.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a house than a cottage, but there it is. And they spent quite a lot of their own money, where they got it from, I'm not sure, but they spent quite a lot of their own money refurbishing it. And they hoped it would be their home from home when in the UK. But since it became clear that they're not going to spend much time in the UK, the king, quite rightly, thinking, actually, I'm now in charge of all these estates. I've got to slim down as much as I can. We've got to save money. Having a house that's empty, maybe 12 months of the year in some years, and 51 weeks out of 52 in other years, it seems foolish. So the idea was, new year, new plan, you've got to move out.
So do you think it's kind of, is it more symbolic? Is this
to be honest, I think as far as the book is concerned, as far as Spare is concerned, the king and indeed the queen have risen above it. They know it's happened, they're moving on. I think it's just a coincidence. New year, we've got to do that this year. So I think that is.
I'd say it was on the day after Spare was released. Do you agree with that, January the 11th? I have nothing but the utmost respect for King Charles, and I'm pro-monarchy, but it does seem a bit suspicious the day after Spare drops, get out my gas, comes out, comes out. I mean, in my opinion, it feels like punishment. And, the royal family are a family we all looked up to. They are the first family of our country. And what does that tell you? That if you speak about your relationships, if you speak about toxic behavior, if you call out what you perceive as racism or any kind of issue, you get punished. And I think it's quite, this is the reason why so many people don't speak out about abusive behavior in their families or things they're going through or whistleblowing at work because of punishment. And that's what it leads to, in my opinion.
Well, that's interesting, really interesting. Okay, well, we've got this other story. This is a secondary school in Worcester. Basically, they replaced the mirrors in the girls' toilets with anti-makeup posters, which describe makeup as a harmful drug and that makes women feel ugly. So some examples said, "Dear girls, makeup is a harmful drug. Once you start using it, you'll feel ugly without it. Beauty is nothing without brains. If all girls started wearing no makeup and comfortable clothes, guys would have no choice but to fall for girls because of their natural beauty." Now, was this maybe a little bit of a mistake on the head teacher doing this?
I'm offended on so many different levels. We do not have enough time in the segment for me to break down why I'm offended. I mean, I just wrote an article for Glamour magazine applauding this morning, saying that I can talk about lipsticks and politics. I can talk about blush and Putin because I think what needs to change is misogyny, is the male gaze, is the objectification of women. Makeup is not the problem. Makeup is about expressing yourself, being joyful. And I think that what you're seeing, those slogans are very, very medieval, about attracting a mate. Makeup and beauty and wellness is about the inside out.
Well, is it appropriate in school? I don't know. Is makeup appropriate at school? I mean, I love wearing it.
Though not everything was rosy, over the years Amanda became streetwise and an expert at spotting and stopping shoplifters.
You kind of get a sense of what they're going to get up to. Like one man I know, he took two cans of only pop or some kind of pop. Come to counter with one, I charged him for two. He said, "I've only got one." I said, "Oh, I'm more about the one you got on your coat." And then he took it out then and paid for the two.
Until recently, Amanda's encounters with crime were only occasional and low level.
I've always felt safe living in Pontypridd.
But then, trouble comes in on the train when a dangerous man visits the town and picks out Amanda's shop. It's a weekend and Amanda is working alone.
It was a quiet Sunday afternoon, and I thought, oh, I'd do the pick and mix, fill in the little bags, taping them up.
A man walks in off the street. Amanda doesn't recognise him.
Oh, new face. I said, oh, can I help you? And then that's when I noticed the knife.
The man has a kitchen knife and sticks the sharp point into the counter, demanding money from the till.
It was quite scary seeing someone with a knife. It was the serrated blade. I mean, any knife can do some damage, but I think a serrated edge knife can do a lot of damage.
But despite this, Amanda refuses to hand over money.
Maybe I should have just gave it to him. But then I thought, well, no. It's people's hard-earned cash, and he's not going to get it.
The man continues to threaten her with the knife, but she stands her ground.
I was very frightened, even though I might not have looked it. But I stayed calm. I didn't want to rile him.
Amanda reaches for a phone, and her first instinct is to call her manager, who lives just round the corner.
It was just the heat of the moment. I thought the manager could get there quickly.
While she's dialing, the man tries to open the till himself. Amanda bravely puts herself in harm's way to hold the cash drawer shut.
He got annoyed. He leaned forward, trying to press all the buttons on the till. I was just determined, whatever happened, he wasn't going to get any money. And he was almost close, but it wouldn't have opened because my thumb was there.
Then she actually makes a grab for the knife.
I don't even know why I tried, but he pulled back then. And I did think, oh, maybe now he'll go. But no, he didn't go.
As the man starts to threaten Amanda again, she steps back, but keeps her hand on the till drawer. Still on the phone, she gets through to her manager.
I just said, oh, I'm being held up by someone with a knife. Get down the shop quick.
Hearing this, the knife man moves round to try and get behind the counter. Amanda springs forward, risking herself again, getting close to him so he can't pull the door shut.
With my weight behind it, because he could have done me more harm, I suppose, if he got right behind the counter.
The man clearly hasn't anticipated this level of resistance, and he now moves menacingly to the front of the shop and closes the door.
And that is when I had more fear and thought, oh, things are going to heat up now.
But still, Amanda will not give way.
He just tried to push the door a little bit more, and he says, oh, you're lucky. And then he just leaves.
Amanda has won the battle of wills.
And then that is when I burst into tears, shaking like a leaf. I had to sit down, take my glasses off because I think I was all steamed up. And I was just shaking, very shaken.
Within seconds, her boss arrives.
The manager could see how shaken I was. I kind of briefly told him what happened.
A police community support officer just happens to be walking past, so the manager runs out to report the crime.
The PCSO was on the phone, and it literally swarmed with police. Oh my good God, I never seen so many police in one place.
The police mount a major search for the knife man, and it's not long before they report back.
It was less than half hour, and they sent the PCSO a photo of the man and asked me, was this the man that tried to rob me? I said, yes, that's definitely him. Well, we've got him. We caught him at the train station. I was like, oh, yes, thank God.
The suspect had been apprehended after a member of the public had called the police from the railway station to report a man with a knife.
He was stabbing the seat with a knife. So that was his moment of stupidity again.
The man is arrested for the attempted robbery and for possession of the knife. Amanda gives her statement to the police, then goes home.
Cried a bit more. Had a cup of tea and just settled down for the night then.
The next day, she summons the courage to go back to work.
I was nervous going back, but you just got to. All my regulars come in, even if they didn't buy anything. You okay, man? Nothing happened to you? No, I'm here. I'm okay. Don't panic. And it was just so nice, the support of the community. So I was okay. I got there in the end.
And the knifeman got sent to prison in the end. He was sentenced to 3.5 years.
I'm quite proud that he got caught. I don't know what was going through his mind to come and do that to anyone. So I'm glad that he didn't get away with it.
Amanda put the incident behind her and had many more months in the shop until she decided to move to Hereford.
I moved to be with my family and play with my granddaughter. I love her to bits. With working, I didn't get to see her much, but I get to see her a lot more now. I just want to watch her grow up.
This is a stolen car. We know this because it has a dashboard camera that, unknown to the thief, is recording when he calls a friend to brag about stealing the car.
I'm in trouble, mate. I've just stopped the car and I'm taking it for a joyride, please. Whoa. Huh?
His bemused mate is asking where he's going on this crazy joyride. Is he heading for the coast? The border?
I'm going to Guildford.
Oh, a bit less exotic. They're unaware the dash cam's recording everything. Then the thief's mate asks him to turn on his phone's camera to show what he's doing.
Turn the camera? I can't drive with the camera. I'll need watching motors clean off.
So now he's worried about road safety, but he's keen to show off.
Hey!
So he turns his camera on anyway.
Look it. I saw his car, man. I'm driving it, bro.
And proves why it's a bad idea to use a phone while driving.
Oh.
Having lost control on the world's shortest joyride, the world's worst car thief proved one of the easiest people in the world to identify after police recovered the vehicle and its dash cam. Not only was he recorded loudly confessing to his crime,
I've just stopped the car and I'm taking it for a joyride, please.
he also helpfully left his DNA on the steering wheel. He later received 1 year's suspended prison sentence, community service, and had to pay compensation. So, in the end, there was only one thing this joyless joyrider did get right.
I'm in trouble, mate.
Yes, you are in trouble.
Oh.
In East London, Leo has had his money stolen at a cash point by a couple who used an unusual method of distraction to trick him.
I felt wronged.
But Leo managed to film the suspects on his phone before they ran away. Now Detective Inspector John Arnold's CID team are on the trail of the couple.
And it was clear that there were other crimes that had taken place with the same descriptions of a black male and a white female.
There are reports of offences involving the pair of cash machines across several London boroughs with multiple victims.
I don't want to see people that are cheated out of money in any way. Nobody deserves to be a victim. A huge advantage for us is modern day cash points have a lot of CCTV.
A number of crimes are captured, revealing the couple's well-practiced method for stealing money from unsuspecting members of the public. First, they loiter near a cash point.
They were looking to see who their next victim could be. You could compare them to vultures.
Typically, the man starts the deception. Just after somebody has put their card in and selected how much money they want, he gets between them and the machine, saying it's broken and could swallow their card.
And says, I know the problem you've got there. He looks like he's going to come and help you.
Of course, during all this, the cash machine is working as normal, so it spits the bank card back out before it prepares to dispense the money. The flustered victim is just glad to have the card back in their hands and forgets they've already ordered cash. So, while the man continues to distract them,
to resident inquiries to floor, senior or staff from the medical hub, pharmacy, GPs, nurses, or family and friends, please press 1.
Hello, can I speak to Anne White, please?
I'm just gonna go and find her for you.
Okay.
Anne, all this on program. Come on in a minute. Hey, of course.
Hello, Mum.
How are you, right?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm going to jewelers in a bit.
Insurance.
Yeah, get my gold ring and my bracelet back.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't do that again if I was you.
That's right.
I wouldn't say so.
Why not?
It's because I think you get a little job.
No, I got paid. I got paid today.
Oh. I don't look at it like that. Just get on with it. Have you seen Mark?
No. No.
I spoke to Russell the other day.
Yeah.
He seems alright.
Yeah.
New to each other, aren't you?
Hey, well, Russell. What? Russell's in Somerset.
Oh, yeah, of course he is, yeah. I'll see you one day, alright?
Yeah.
Can't at the moment.
You'll be in that rest home for a long time, Mum.
No, I won't. Who said that?
It's obvious.
No. No, it's not. But I can't talk long because other people have to use the phone.
Yeah, I know, but you will be in there a long time.
What? Because I've got a broken back.
Well, because your age and you can't walk.
God, I'm going to be working for quite a while. Because I like going to work.
Well, you won't work anymore.
Why not?
You can't work no more.
Who said that?
It's obvious, Mum.
Oh, it's not obvious. I can walk, alright? I can walk alright? Very temporary like this. And I'll be back.
All right.
Oh, look. He's tired. Right. That's what I've got to do, okay? Just what I like doing. I'm not touching my job up. Unless I really have to.
Mum, you're going to be in that rest home for a long time.
Eh?
You're going to be in there for a long time.
But whatever, I don't mind. You know, but I'm not going to be at home all the time.
Yeah.
I'll be out and about, doing what I like to do. I've always worked. Good references. I'll just get on with it, because I like it. Somebody's tired. Oh yeah, I've got to go now. So,
You got to go.
yeah, because other people want to use the phone.
All right.
All right, I'll speak to you again later.
Yeah, okay.
Probably tomorrow, okay?
Oh, this afternoon.
A quick one then. Because it's not my phone, it's the work phone.
It's not a work phone, Mum. It's for the rest time.
All right, okay. But I've got to go now, okay?
Yeah, all right. You'll be in there 6 months' time, Mum.
No, it's not fine. I don't want to be on you all the time. A little bit here and a little bit there.
Yeah.
You'll probably be home soon.
No, you won't.
I'm gonna go back.
No, you won't, Mum.
Oh, all right, okay. Yeah. I look after myself now. I better go now, because it's nearly dinner time.
What time is it now? Oh, it's 10:25.
I'll go now. I'll speak to you later.
Are you tired? Are you tired?
Yeah, I am tired.
Yeah. Have you had any tablets?
No, I don't have time for it at the moment.
All right.
Yeah. But I'll let you go. Alright? Because then again the girls have to use the phone.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, bye-bye then.
Bye then, Mum.
Bye-bye.
Tia was one of their last victims before they were caught. Both men are pleased with the outcome.
Absolutely. I was out for justice. I feel good that, what I did made a difference.
I was really happy that, it was good that the police actually called them to save other people.
From the investigation, you can see that distraction thefts can occur to anybody, any age, any makeup, any background. The advice we would give to people when using cash points in public places is very much a case of looking up and looking out. Look who's near you. Is anybody paying very close attention to what you're doing? Is anybody coming very close to you physically? And if that's the case, put your cards away, move to somewhere else where you feel in a safer place. And if you've got any concerns, then obviously contact the police. We want to make sure that people feel safe in public.
That's it for today. Until next time, when we see a few more criminals get caught red-handed.
Crime Watch Live will need your input back for a new series from Cardiff on Monday at 10. How many fake claims do you think there are in an hour? Claimed and shamed. Next.
Hello, stranger.
Oh, he's cute. Who's he?
Martha Spister Spawn.
Wow, that's quite a grip. We never played the accordion again.
How's the entire family vanish? Did they leave of their own accord, or were they taken against their will?
Beyond Paradise continues tonight at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
I know where to start at the beginning. Why don't we skip all that and just cut to the chase?
You're my son, I'm your dad.
He's a nasty, negative mother who sucks the life out of anything he touches.
She's clever. She's coming out of him, isn't it?
I'm not scared of it.
Happy Valley, Series 1 to 3. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
A massive project on a former vicarage in Carnarvonshire. Homes Under the Hammer is in 45 minutes. First on BBC One, thank goodness for high-tech equipment.
Insurance fraud has hit epidemic levels in the UK. It costs more than £1.3 billion a year.
That's nearly £3.6 million a day.
Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding more than £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing just under 15 fake claims every hour, armed with the latest fraud-busting technology.
Subject out of vehicle.
Including covert surveillance systems, sophisticated data analysis techniques, and specially trained fraud investigators. They're catching these chances red-handed. Instead of getting away with it, more and more of these fraudsters are being caught out and claimed and shamed. Today, unscrupulous car passengers claim to be hit by a bus and hurt badly.
It's hard to see how any of the injuries could have been.
Big opportunity to take advantage. Millions of us are carried to our destinations by bus every day. With so many of these vehicles on our roads, the odd bump is possible. But those on the receiving end are not always totally truthful. First Group is one of the largest bus companies in the UK, carrying more than 1.5 million passengers a day. Most buses get to their destination without problems, but some trips are hijacked by those along for more than the ride.
This is a case that arose when one of our buses has overtaken a stationary car, and as it's going past, it's just managed to clip the vehicle. According to the passengers in the vehicle, the impact was of a sufficient nature to throw them around in the car and actually cause the vehicle to be shunted forwards.
First Group was looking at having to fork out.
The damage inflicted to the vehicle was enough to render it a write-off, so we're not talking about a small amount of damage here. With 3 people in the car, the range of injuries is quite wide, sort of extending from soft tissue injuries to the neck, some headaches. One of the passengers was injured by the seatbelt as it's managed to crush her left breast. There were a number of soft tissue injuries to the shoulders, basic travel anxiety, so things that we normally see from this sort of accident where passengers are now wearing seatbelts as well. Taking into account the injury claims, the cost of the claims, any elements of physio treatment that were needed, the claim would have come to £27,500 for all 3 claimants.
2 of the people in the car worked in the poultry industry. First Group made checks on what happened, with interesting results.
With this particular one, we've been told of quite a meaty impact, and yet there was no damage at all to the bus. The bus driver said that as he was passing the car, he's misjudged the distance as he's gone by, and he's just managed to clip it with the rear of his bus, just along the rear of the driver's side of the vehicle. I said it was a very minor coming together, so he was a bit surprised to find out subsequently the claims have been submitted.
But they were, although they raised some serious questions.
When the claims were submitted, 2 of the claimants had not sought any medical treatment at all. None of them had been to see their GPs, with only one of them going to seek assistance at a walk-in centre. Yet all 3 claimants put in claims for personal injury and said that they needed physiotherapy treatment to deal with their injuries. With the discrepancies between what actually happened in the circumstances of the accident between the driver and the third party's version of events, that coupled with the fact that the initial report said that there was no time needed off work, which suddenly changed to having to take time off, there was enough building here to justify us wanting to take a closer look at this claim.
So First Group got its engines rolling.
We instructed a forensic engineer to have a look at the car just to see whether the damage that was being alleged was correct and could have caused the injuries. His findings were that it was a glancing blow and not the bumper-to-bumper impact that the third party is alleging had happened. Now, the key there is that in order to sustain a soft tissue injury, you really do need some sort of transfer of energy. Otherwise, you're not going to have that movement to cause the injury in the first place. The second thing that the forensic engineer has picked up is that the vehicle being written off wasn't caused by the severity of the impact. It was more to do with the fact that the vehicle was quite old and had quite a low value. You'll find that in a lot of instances, if the vehicle is old and isn't worth very much, you can probably write it off by sneezing on it a lot of the time.
But the vital proof to help First Group fight this claim was yet to come.
We also had the best evidence we can get from the CCTV footage. Once I'd reviewed the CCTV, my mind was made up, much like the claimant's accident circumstances, it turned out. Based on what I'm seeing here, and the lack of any real movement of the vehicle, it's hard to see how any of the injuries could have been sustained from this collision. In fact, it's impossible, not hard to see.
No, you haven't missed it. That was the impact that, according to the claimants, had caused so many injuries.
When you watch it back, the impact is very slight. The vehicle doesn't move at all, let alone being shunted forward. That just didn't happen. We send all the evidence, the CCTV, the forensic evidence, the photos showing there's no damage to the bus, all goes on to the claimant's solicitors. Surely there's enough there for them to drop this claim. No, they litigated.
Unbelievable, given the weight of evidence. But why let hard facts get in the way of justice?
In this case, only one of the claimants actually issued proceedings. In multiple occupancy situations like this, that's not entirely unusual. It gives the other claimants an opportunity to test the waters and sort of evaluate the certainty of their case getting through. It also gives them the opportunity to see what sort of defence we're going to put up for the claims to build their case for a later date. So now we've got one claim litigated, two claimants sitting in the wings. The fight is on.
Given the evidence available, you'd think some sense would prevail.
On the day of the trial, there were a number of tactical manoeuvrings carried out by the other side to try and swing things in their favour. The strangest of which was to try and ban the CCTV evidence from the trial, through to trying to stop the photos showing there was no damage to the bus.
First Group must have been more than a tad frustrated.
This went before the judge. He said he wasn't really fussed about seeing the photos of the damage to the bus, but the CCTV evidence was the most critical piece of information there was, and he said he wasn't prepared to let the trial run without seeing that. It was there, it was available. Why would he not want to see it? The credibility of their case rapidly came into question. They used words such as the wheel being mangled. It wasn't mangled, it was scraped. When we put that to us, he said, "Oh, I've chosen the wrong word," which is a bit coincidental, really, seeing as the other two claimants giving witness evidence use exactly the same word, which would suggest that they had discussed this between them before the actual trial. We looked at a medical history. No attendance at the GP following the accident, and yet every cough, sneeze, cold, bruised elbow, regular health checkups, she would go to her GP. So she's in an RTA, gets a whiplash injury, and doesn't go to see her GP.
The evidence was shaky. Then First Group called on its big guns.
The final nail in the coffin was when one of the witnesses took the stand, still maintaining that the vehicle had been shunted forwards. We put the CCTV evidence and showed her that and said, "Are you sure?" She had to rapidly backtrack on that and say, "Clearly not." So it really did show that that piece of evidence, the vehicle being shunted forward, just wasn't true. They were never going to get home on that one.
And luckily for First Group, the judge agreed.
He came to the decision that the claim just could not stand. He dismissed the whole case. So all good, case is done and dusted. No, it's not. There is no way we were going to let this person or any of these claimants have a free run at this claim, we went straight back to the solicitors and said we want to go back to court and push for a finding of fundamental dishonesty, which would then incur quite a hefty cost penalty against the claimant. You can't just let people get away with these things. The solicitors, having seen the case and the CCTV evidence, were obviously not happy about going back to court because they didn't have a great chance of winning. So they made us an offer for our costs, tried to haggle a little bit. We were having absolutely none of it. We wanted the full lot or we were going back to court. And in the end, they just had to give in. I think based on their poultry-related employment, they were always going to chicken out in the end.
Later, the impact of a rear-end shunt is massively exaggerated.
They had not suffered the injuries they had claimed. They had just used the opportunity to try to put in an excessive claim, to commit fraud.
It's easy to take for granted the freedom we have to go wherever we want, whenever we want. That's certainly not the case if you're serving time. Then, as an inmate, you face long days behind bars. With more than 80,000 prisoners in the UK's jails, there's a fair few with too much time on their hands.
HMP Garth in Lancashire houses long-term and high-security prisoners. Its staff oversee around 1,000 inmates and know that bored prisoners can latch on to the type of scams that got them banged up in the first place. PE instructor Lee Double works with many of the men in the gym. The following case features one prisoner who was keen to use the exercise equipment, but fraud rather than fitness was his end goal.
Claimant said that he came into the gym, that he typed his age into a running machine and it set off really quickly. With that, he's fell but clung onto the bar on the treadmill. The treadmill carried on spinning, pulling his jogging bottoms off and his underwear off, causing abrasions to his thigh and shins, and eventually it spat him out of the machine.
This sounds nasty, but Lee was sceptical.
I was suspicious about the claim because I didn't recognise the prisoner's name as a gym attendee. I checked the date he'd given us and it didn't match with the dates of the classes offered that particular wing. I checked the class list and he had never appeared on the list. He hadn't appeared on our computer system that he'd been in the gym. And above all else, I didn't recognise him, or none of the PE staff recognised him as a gym goer.
So was this a phantom visit to the gym then? Prison Governor Steve Pearson acknowledges that inmates can be inventive.
We encounter these on a reasonably regular basis. I think sometimes there's a culture within the prisons of men almost being bored and deciding to use litigation as a hobby. I think from time to time we get people who are opportunistic, who try and push and bend the rules, and it's our job to make sure we follow our procedures to make sure that they can't do that.
The story presented of the treadmill terror was full of holes.
He claims that there was 4 members of staff on duty that day. So a question I asked him, if he was unsure how to operate the piece of equipment, why didn't he ask a member of staff how to do so?
A good question. Also, if he wasn't expected at the gym, how on earth did he get there?
The prisoners are escorted from their residential unit straight up to the gym, so there's no way that he could have got in without one of us knowing. The prisoner said that he actually left the wing by himself and said that the gates were open between the residential unit and the gymnasium and that he just walked in, which is impossible.
So if the prisoner did somehow get himself to the gym, could he have injured himself in the way he alleged?
It's highly unlikely the accident occurred how he said it would be, because the machine takes a little while to build up to the speed that you type into it. So it doesn't go from 0 straight up to your target speed, it builds up gradually. We've always got PE staff on the gym floor. To hang on to a running machine while it carries on going for 5 minutes, it's nigh on impossible. The gym staff would have been attentive, would have stopped the machine and offered him medical help straight away. So nothing really stacked up from him telling me how he got to the gymnasium in the first place to the events inside the gym. It just wouldn't possibly happen.
But our fitness fanatic, who claims to have fallen and not just lost his jogging bottoms but also his underwear, was undeterred and keen to complete his workout.
He then said that after he received his injuries, he then went onto a rowing machine and continued to row for a few minutes, which just wouldn't have been possible given the level of injuries he said he received. Healthcare would have been notified, they would have attended to him, and there would have been a record on his medical history that he'd received injuries, and there wasn't nothing.
The prison service knew it had some strong evidence and waited for its day in court.
I was invited to give my evidence and question the prisoner on what he alleged to happened in the gym, and explained that there's no way that could have happened. The judge, when summing up in court, said to the prisoner that his case was very weak and had lots of holes in it, and she ruled it in our favour.
Given the inmate's leaky story, the result was perhaps inevitable, but stretched prison staff have more pressing demands on their time.
When the judge found in our favour, I was very pleased, but also a little bit annoyed that the case had got that far, because the incident had never occurred and it put a lot of staff under a lot of stress at the time.
In terms of how much money was saved, we saved, I guess, about £10,000 by defending this claim. £10,000 of taxpayers' money, given the fact that this is the public purse, and we know how stretched that can be, and making sure that we spend money on stuff that's good rather than giving money on spurious claims.
A common problem that insurance companies have to deal with is when opportunists try to claim on bogus workplace accidents. Trips, slips and falls account for a fair chunk of accidents reported by workers, but some of those affected deliberately ramp up the impact. Employers have a duty of care, and there's insurance in place to help those affected. But as insurer QBE found, it's vital to check and double-check claims, as not all those making them are honest.
Initially, we were told by our insured that an accident had occurred involving one of the employees, and that he'd fallen 40 feet from scaffolding to the ground and then into a pit 6 feet below.
This sounds horrific.
Mr. Jones sustained some quite significant injuries, including broken shoulder blade, broken arm, had a heart attack at the scene, and also broken spine.
Mr. Jones was very lucky to have survived at all.
The first tangible evidence we received were by way of GP records, almost 2 years after the incident occurred. This identified that he had sustained some quite significant injuries, but we also noticed that he'd been involved in a road traffic accident shortly after our incident.
Mr. Jones was one unlucky man, but the car crash raised some questions about his work accident.
The significance of the previous incident was that he said that he was struggling to do normal day-to-day activities, which inferred to us that he could actually do that before. And this was only a matter of months after the accident where he was injured at work. It appears that he was telling the insurer dealing with the road traffic accident that he was fine and perfectly fit before their accident occurred. But to us, he was telling us that he'd been constantly injured following the incident that occurred before the road traffic accident. That immediately made us have concerns that he wasn't telling us the full truth about how he was incapacitated following the accident. We tried to gather additional evidence so we can fully understand the extent of his injuries. All we managed to get after 3 years were GP records. When we received a schedule of loss from him, he was after in the region of £300,000 purely for the physical injuries, and in the region of £650,000 for any additional losses.
Given the extent of his injuries and incapacity, the claim for almost £1 million was probably fair. But given QBE's doubts about how truthful he was being, the company was wary and set up its own medical checks with him.
When Mr. Jones presented to our medical experts, he presented with a much higher level of disability, including the need of a crutch, being unable to wash and dress, unable to make a hot cup of coffee due to dizziness and lethargy. He was actually saying he was worse than he was when he'd seen his own medical experts. So this again to us was another factor which indicated that he might not be telling the truth. The multiple inconsistencies we'd seen and the picture of an improving then deteriorating individual led us to have major concerns about what we were being told. So the next step for us was to undertake profiling and surveillance of the claimant.
Given Mr. Jones had said he needed to use a crutch and was incapable of making a cup of coffee, QBE was expecting to see a broken, injured recluse.
What we actually saw was somebody who seemed to be going about his daily activities without any difficulties whatsoever. And in fact, over the many hours of surveillance that we managed to see him in, he was working, socialising, and shopping. The surveillance we had showed us him walking for a number of hours on the beach with his partner and children. We also had him working up a ladder and fitting a sign to a shop. And when he went to see our medical expert, there was quite a contrasting picture where 10 minutes before he went there, he was fine, doing his daily activities. And then when he went to see our medical expert, he suddenly brought a crutch out and had his partner helping him get out of the car. It wasn't until he got to the other side of the road that she had to tell him that he was using the wrong hand, and he switched hands with the crutch, which again was a bit of a flag for us.
Just a bit.
There was some definitely conscious exaggeration here that he was trying to pull the wool over our eyes, and he could actually use that limb.
So Mr. Jones, who claimed he couldn't even make a hot drink because he couldn't stand up for too long, seems in rude health as he walks along the seafront. And his dodgy right shoulder certainly isn't stopping him working on this shopfront. Or rendering him incapable of doing the shopping. And he's even forgotten which side was injured. His partner has to remind him, just in time to see the doctor. QBE now had the proof needed.
Eventually, with the weight of evidence we had, we disclosed it to his solicitors, and they decided that he wasn't somebody they wanted to represent, so they left him to be a claimant in person.
So Mr. Jones was on his own.
4 years after the original incident, he tried his best efforts to have our evidence thrown out, which indicated he had been fraudulent.
Had he no shame? Although Mr. Jones was determined, QBE fought back.
We decided to pursue Mr. Jones for a private prosecution for attempted fraud. So 7 years after the original incident, we were in the criminal court, and Mr. Jones was found guilty of attempted fraud and sentenced to 2 years suspended.
Oh, no, I'm in the wrong property. Oh, this was 63.
Oh, 63?
Yeah,
She's next door.
63. Next door.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, mate. Thank you.
That's right.
And it certainly affected Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones' claim was a genuine claim with genuine injuries, in which he would have received a significant sum, but because of the extent of his lies, he ended up receiving nothing. I think anybody who thinks that they will get away with this sort of thing are pretty foolish, because there's a lot of tools at fraud adjusters' hands to identify and gather the evidence of fraud, and insurers are keen to make sure that people pay for their crimes.
Still to come, time is of the essence for a poorly pooch out for walkies.
5:21, the policy had been set up, but at 5:26, just 5 minutes later, the puppy with a broken leg was already in a veterinary practice seeking treatment.
On this programme, we've seen how taking advantage can really backfire. An accident in the hands of a fraudster can blow up into something much bigger as the lies are spun. As a motorist, pranks, shunts and crashes are almost inevitable. But what drivers can't second guess are the actions of the chancers on the road who are keen to exploit the tiniest of bumps. Some insurance companies have devised clever tactics to help their policyholders. One way of monitoring a vehicle is to use an onboard system called telematics. This shows where and when it's being driven, how fast and how it's behaving, so anything out of the ordinary is easily spotted. One company which insists on such a little black box for its customers is Insure the Box. As Simon Rawle, its head of financial crime, illustrates, this extra layer of information can prove vital.
Policyholder reported to us that they had driven at low speed into the back of another vehicle. Because it was such a low impact incident, the level of damage was relatively minor. As you would expect, there was some small dents and scratches to the bumper, to light clusters, and a bulb had actually been dislodged as well.
Based on the information it had received, Insure the Box wasn't expecting a big claim.
We were rather surprised then to receive a few days later a claim from the second party of the accident asking for about £4,000 worth of damages to their car to be repaired.
Usefully, the policyholder had other evidence gathered within the black box of his car.
We were able to tell, using the box data, the speed prior to the accident, as well as the level of G-forces that were involved in the impact itself. And also, the box is able to tell us, from a little gimbal that's inside there, the impact on the X, Y, and Z axes. So we knew the vehicle remained upright, it was just going in a forward direction, and there was no side impact.
Very useful, these boxes.
So being able to compare the data from the telematic box, as well as the evidence that our policyholder had given to us, but in actual fact, it wasn't just for the driver. They now claim that there was a passenger in the car at the same time. And this person had never been mentioned in any of the details given to us by our policyholder, and the photographs didn't show anything either. So we now have received two claims from the owner of the second vehicle. We've received one for what we consider to be excessive damage to their car, and we've also now received a personal injury claim. So in total, this is worth about nearly £14,000. But of course, this time we haven't received much information from the owner of the second vehicle. So we contacted them and said, well, we require further information from you to provide evidence for your substantive claim.
Any results would be interesting.
We actually received from their solicitors an engineer's report, which they hoped would substantiate their claim, showing excessive damage to the car, which we hadn't seen recorded through the original pictures and statement made by our own policyholder. When we examined the engineer's report, it was quite interesting because they were noting on there that the damage to the rear end of their claimant's vehicle was far more than we had seen in the photographs. And it actually had looked like they had actually created or caused further damage post-incident to actually create a value for this particular claim.
Looking at the photo of the second vehicle that was taken at the time of the accident, then the photo that was sent in following the engineer's report, you can see quite a difference, and not surprisingly, Insure the Box rejected the claim. You'd think this may be the end of the matter, but no, this particular crash seemed to encourage more motorists to jump on the bandwagon.
We then received a claim from somebody else, a third car. This one apparently was actually in front of the party that our policyholder had hit. That was quite a shock for us to receive so long after the incident. a new claim from a new party.
The new kid on the block had ambition.
The third party actually submitted a claim to us for about £1,000 worth of damage to the rear end of their vehicle. So what they were trying to tell us was that our policyholder had hit the second vehicle, which in turn had pushed into their vehicle, the third vehicle. So on this occasion, we had not just one, but two parties who thought they could use the opportunity to make excessive and exaggerated claims. That's rather unusual to have two parties doing it. We realised very soon that they were unrelated. There was no collusion between those parties. It was purely just how the incident unfolded on the day. But both those people had not suffered the damage that they had claimed. They had not suffered the injuries they had claimed. They had just used the opportunity to try to put in an excessive claim, to commit fraud.
From one original minor shunt to a concertina effect, this case was racking up.
So we're now talking about a claim worth about £15,000 that's being made against us and our policyholder for potentially unsubstantiated claims.
Time for the insurers to review all the ammunition they had.
Based on all the evidence that we had been able to gather, as well as actually the lack of any evidence that had been coming forth from the other parties who claimed injuries and damage to their vehicles, we were able to see that what was being requested in terms of the value of the claims and the level of damage were not consistent with the level of impact of these vehicles. So therefore, to us, this now became a fraudulent claim rather than a genuine claim. All we simply do is write to the parties and inform them that in actual fact we do not believe that the incident occurred in the way in which they have described, or that the level of damage they have claimed for was actually sustained, and therefore we repudiate their claims.
But this case was not going away, and the audacity of the parties involved was bold, to say the least.
There was a further surprise for us that we really weren't expecting from the owner of the third vehicle. Having repudiated their claim, they had then decided to go and seek legal counsel, and then decided that they wanted to sue us for the damage that they had incurred.
This was the driver that was not mentioned at all during the incident, the one who provided no evidence whatsoever. A bit of a phantom, really, but Insure the Box was then forced to follow his lead.
As a result, we then went to the court, appeared before a judge, and we were able to provide all the evidence that we had.
Such a minor case that had been jumped on by opportunists ended up in court, where finally some justice was served.
The judge looked at all the evidence and found in the favour of Insure the Box, and actually told that this third party, this third car owner, actually not only would not receive payment for their claim, but actually they were charged with fundamental dishonesty and ordered to pay all of our costs.
It was a good and welcome result.
This also sends a message to people who might feel that they can use such situations to actually exaggerate a claim and receive greater compensation than they are actually entitled to. For both of those parties involved in this case, neither of them received any payment for any claim, and in actual fact for the third car owner, he ended up having to pay our legal costs, which far outweighed the value of his claim to us.
Fraudsters, when caught out, can really shoot themselves in the foot. And if they're pet owners, it can be their four-legged friends that suffer too. Having a dog as a pet brings lots of benefits. Almost half the adults in the UK own one. But our pets need time and attention, and occasionally a visit to the vets. A bouncy new puppy, who can resist? They're enthusiastic and loyal, but sadly their young bones are vulnerable to fractures and breaks. Puppies can be notoriously accident-prone, but some owners' methods of recouping vets' fees can be a tad unorthodox. Insurer Agria deals with thousands of cases each year.
The first interaction in this case was with a breeder who had set up a short-term insurance policy
to cover a French bulldog puppy that she sold to a new owner. The next interaction we have in this case is where the policyholder, so the owner of the puppy that the breeder set the insurance up for, submits a claim form, and we start to assess it on the 25th of July. The claim was for lameness, and the puppy had damaged its front left leg while playing in the park with other dogs on the same day that the insurance had been set up. Looking at the details of the claim, the policy was taken out on the 19th of June, and the incident also occurred on the 19th of June when the puppy damaged its leg.
It's difficult to know at this stage if this was fortuitous or suspicious, but it was certainly going to cost a lot.
The puppy had broken its front left leg, had gone to the veterinary practice, and had immediately been referred to a specialist to repair quite an awkward fracture, and the bill we received was over £3,500. It wasn't surprising that the puppy had been referred to a specialist. Depending on where the break is on the leg, it can affect how the bone grows as the puppy gets older. So being referred to a specialist and those sort of costs isn't uncommon at all.
But, and there was a big but.
The thing that set the alarm bells ringing really loudly was the timings in this case. So at 5:21, the policy had been set up. But at 5:26, just 5 minutes later, the puppy with a broken leg was already in the veterinary practice seeking treatment. With these facts, and they were definitive points in time, the claims assessor escalated the claim to our claims manager, who decided to probe further.
Can I just ask you a few questions around the time of setting up the policy and the accident, if that's okay?
Yeah, of course you can.
So you went for a walk, did you say, with all the other puppies, or just...
One of the adults and 2 or 3 of the puppies.
And you say you were out in a park, were you?
Yeah.
And can you roughly remember sort of what time of day that was?
Tea time-ish.
So when you're out in the park and the accident happened, you say that the puppy fell downstairs. What happened after that?
Well, he was limping, so we all went to know what fact.
Yeah.
He carried on limping, and he obviously couldn't put any weight on his front leg properly. So we stayed with the puppies and the other dogs and the daughter and took him to the vet. He couldn't do anything immediately then, though. It was late, so they said, take him home, watch him, and then bring him back the day after, and that's when the x-rays and everything were done.
The problem I have, the policy was actually set up at 5:20, so we've got your daughter was in the practice at 5:26.
In this situation, where the policy was taken out and 5 minutes later it's being used, the puppy's at the vet having treatment, there's undoubtedly intent by the policyholder, probably the breeder, to actually defraud an insurance company of the cost of that veterinary treatment. Aside from the fact that the policy was taken out only 5 minutes before the puppy started to have treatment at the vets, one of the other areas of concern was that all the veterinary bills were in the breeder's name, and billed to the breeder's address.
It transpired the breeder was a lot closer to the case than anyone had realised.
Is it your daughter, or you purchased the puppy from?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the doctor's had 2. He said to breed him.
The daughter of the policyholder was the breeder. She had provided the dog to her father, and all the vet's bills and paperwork were in her name.
Following this conversation, our suspicions were that the puppy was the last one in the litter, and either the breeder couldn't sell it, or the breeder was keeping it to bring on herself when the injury occurred.
So you were out in the park, she was setting up the policy at 5:20. In the space of 5 minutes, the policy was set up.
Well, no, I mean, she was in the car. We must have been near the back of the car and she finished that off, I presume.
So she was sitting in the car, decided to set up the policy.
No, she said, I'll finish the paperwork off here while you walk the dog.
Right, at 5:20?
Yeah.
Within 5 minutes, broke his leg, and you're in the practice, getting the puppy weighed.
Not for sure, so I say the timings are right, yeah.
Do you think that's possible?
I don't know.
That must have been a super speedy walk, a very swift accident, and presumably the vet's practice was in the park. The course of events being described was fiction.
You think it's possible that within 5 minutes of the policy being set up, you being in the car in the park and the puppy hurting itself and getting to the vets and having the puppy weighed in 5 minutes?
Well, I don't know. We were buying a puppy. The insurance policy was offered by, I don't know.
But you must know.
Unless one of the timings is wrong somewhere there.
No, we've got our evidence from our records and evidence from the medical history from the vets, and we've got that the practice has actually also informed us that the puppy sadly fell down the stairs.
I really don't know. Like I said, everybody was upset. The puppy was dead. So
I remind you, obviously, under terms and conditions of policy, that we must have accurate information.
The nature of how the puppy really received its injury was in question, as well as the bionic timing of the events.
But you must be aware that it would have taken longer than 5 minutes between the puppy hurting himself and getting to and setting up a policy.
Possibly, yeah.
So obviously under our terms, I repeat to you that, if we suspect or disprove that claim involves any form of dishonesty, we are entitled to, not pay a claim. So I say it is a concern that the information that we've been provided with isn't correct, is it?
It was as I thought, as I remembered it.
We will be declining this claim on those grounds.
Fair enough.
So I appreciate your time, but thank you very much.
But I am disappointed. Typical insurance company, isn't it? No, really. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
The costly vet's bill of £3,500 would not be covered, and this daughter and father duo will live to regret trying to claim for an accident that happened before the policy was set up.
There are various implications for the policyholder and for the breeder. So breeder-wise, we will advise a kennel club that this breeder has acted fraudulently. We will also advise the Insurance Fraud Investigation Group. I think that the policyholder has potentially been fraudulent, and they will include that policyholder on their files. And finally, we will stop the breeder activating any more insurance policies for their new owners. So that breeder has lost a valuable tool in their whole breeding program.
From people chancing their luck by exaggerating their injuries through to organised criminal gangs, insurance fraud hits all of us in the pocket. But the number of these fraudsters getting caught out sends a clear message to anyone thinking of committing insurance crime. They claimed, but now they're shamed.
Exotic travel, ego battles, and fierce competition. Hired or fired? The Apprentice. Press red to watch on iPlayer. Is it worth spending money on an expensive mattress? What's good for you? Sliced bread. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Nature in these islands, if you know where to look, can be extraordinary. It's not far. It's home. Welcome to Wild Isles.
Starts Sunday, 12th of March on BBC One and iPlayer.
Excitement with dinky little toys in Bargain Hunt in an hour on BBC One. First, the good and the bad wow factor.
Hello and welcome to the show. Now, if you've never done it before, don't worry. It's not just seasoned property developers who head down to their local property auction.
That's right, Martin. But do be warned, it won't be a walk in the park, and there will be challenges ahead, no matter what your experience.
No, but if you're willing to take that leap of faith, why not buy your next home or project under the hammer?
been bought at property auctions?
So we've seen everything over the years, from bungalows to plots of land to garages, even
down this corridor here, you have a bathroom and bedroom, and through here to a living area and kitchen. More signs of the 80s, things like this. They were all the rage. They were acceptable in the 80s.
the other one-bedroom flat was tenanted, but had a similar layout to this one. Sharing the first floor was a small studio flat. 5 down, 1 to go. The 2-bed house across the courtyard, known as the Lodge.
It's kind of pristine, but 80s, dated, but clean. And down the corridor, you've got 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And then I can see another bathroom with an interesting maroon suite. You might want to think about upgrading that. A spiral staircase. I love the character and charm in places like this, and I definitely keep this. Upstairs, wow. Wow, we think open plan living is a thing that happened recently. No, it's like somebody's walked out of here in the 80s, left it as it was. It's just a huge living space. Talk about character, a fireplace right in the middle of your room. Gorgeous views of these hills, light coming in, and a theme is definitely emerging, and that is of decorative brickwork. You've got a column, you've got an archway. It's 80s, but it's high-end 80s. So often in auction properties, you come in and say, this place is in need of modernisation. Actually, this place is pristine. It just hasn't been touched for a long time.
However, the task of bringing this collection of properties up to date would require a pretty hefty budget, with possibilities for a big home, short-term holiday lets, or a long-term rental investment. Who was up for the challenge when it went to auction?
This is the former vicarage converted into 5 self-contained apartments, including a converted barn. Start me, if you like, at £250,000. 250? £250,000, may I say? £250,000, if you will. How about we say 240 then? 240 to start things off. £240,000. Don't want to go much lower than that, folks. No one here for it. Don't want to go any lower than that. No. Okay, we can withdraw that one. We'll move on. But anyone who's just been a bit shy, do come and have a word, and we'll see what we can do.
It may have had no bidders, but after the auction, a deal was struck for $250,000 by retired Tyler Derrick and his wife Penny, who was a PR manager. The couple had a little history with this property, and Martel met up with Derrick to find out more.
What a property!
Absolutely, absolutely.
I want to know everything.
Okay.
Talk me through how you found out about this.
Well, we first saw it a couple of years ago, and we came in to see it, and we put an offer in, which was accepted. But when we did the some homework, we said, no, it's too big a project. So we pulled out, really. And somebody we'd been emailing in the village, they emailed us to say that the house was going to auction. So myself and Penny, we said, okay, well, let's go on auction day, go to the auction and just to see what happens, because we'd already decided that it wasn't for us. The auctioneer asked for opening bids, and there were none. So he just simply said, no bids, but if anybody's interested, come and see us. So we both looked at each other, and we sort of said, shall we? And one said, yes. And the other then turned back and said, yes, okay. And that was it. We bought it.
In that instant?
Yeah. So a couple of hours before that, we had no intention of buying it.
Well, it sounds like this was meant to be.
Well, yes, but we hadn't looked at the legal pack.
Oh, the golden rule.
We hadn't had any survey, and we hadn't even been to see it since.
You hadn't, but you had been to see it originally a couple of years ago.
A few years ago.
But they got very lucky in that the only surprise in the legal pack was the sitting tenant, who Derrick and Penny were more than happy to keep on. The couple lived in Sussex, but had been planning to buy in this area for some time. So what was their plan for this place?
Plan is to restore it, possibly to holiday use.
Yes.
Because it's a great centre for athletic activities, cycling, running, and see what happens.
Are you debating in your head whether to do holiday lets, to restore it to a sufficient standard that people want to come in and holiday let, or does part of you think about making it into a grand house again?
Oh, that's the vanity project, to look at the house and say, okay, wouldn't this be great as a single house? But I think cost-wise, that's a bit out of the question.
Okay. What is your budget?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Top end, we've got, I should say, approaching 100,000.
Normally 100,000 would be a very healthy budget, but it might have been a bit of a stretch for this lot. Derrick would be bringing his tiling expertise out of retirement, and there would be rental income from the tenant whilst the renovation was in process. Their aim was to have this project completed in 2 years.
I'm really happy for you. It sounds like this is something that you've been on the back of your mind for years. And should we have got it? We didn't get it. Should have got it. You would have regretted this if it had gone.
We thought that, because in the interim couple of years, we've always, when we've been looking at other properties, we've always flicked back at this one.
And when we popped back for a progress report 4 months later, work was well underway.
This is the lodge, which is my home at the moment. I've cleaned it thoroughly from top to bottom, so
It's a reasonable, nice place to live. The windows obviously been changed. The units in the kitchen, it was easier to take them off than to clean them, give you some idea how dirty it was.
Derek was using the lodge as his base during the week and returning home to Penny in Sussex most weekends. His main focus of work was on the 4 unoccupied flats.
This is flat 4, where some of the major work is going on, and we've stripped off all the mortar from the walls because the damp-proof company are going to put a membrane on the wall before we put insulated plasterboard back, which will give us a higher degree of insulation. And we've also revealed a lovely arch over the door, which we're going to leave uncovered. And once all that's done, then it's just to continue with the kitchens and bathrooms. So we know what we're doing, and generally it's going okay, I think.
This is the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end. At this point, he had already spent £35,000 of the planned £100,000 budget, with the majority of that going on new windows and doors. A keen long-distance runner in his spare time, Derek was well suited to a renovation that would be more of a marathon than a sprint. And although he was clocking up the miles on the refurbishment, he was still finding time to don the running shoes and hit the road.
I'm going to Eastleigh in a minute. I'm going to go and get my gold ring and my bracelet back. It's been in the jewellers for a little while, and I'll get it back out again. Yep. Oh, man.
This is the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end. No matter where the river bends, someday we both will meet again. Now to the West Midlands and Wolverhampton, the city in which the UK's first automatic traffic lights were installed in 1927. Well, on this very busy main road just outside Wolverhampton is the property I'm here to see. It is a 4-bedroom semi-detached. This is it. This really interesting sort of corner plot. Guide price £50,000 plus for a 4-bed semi-detached. What's wrong with it then?
It might just be fantastic. Don't get me wrong.
It is worth saying before we go too much further that the guide price should reflect realistically what is expected to be, I guess, achieved at the auction. Sometimes that's not necessarily the case. So you do need to do your own research. It's all about doing checks online, looking around the local area, and just seeing what similar properties they're going to sell for, and then coming to see the property and then making your own mind up. So entrance area here, we've got a little return on the staircase there. That works quite well. A little understairs cupboard. I wonder if you could fit maybe a loo in there or something. A front living room area with a little bay window, so that's quite pleasant. And then the house is really, really big. What a surprise. You come through there into the main living room, and you've got those lovely windows at the end there looking out onto the garden. Fireplace you want to make more of, but a great size space. And then that's almost sort of mirrored on this side by the kitchen, which, yes, it's in a bit of a state, as you can see, but wow, I mean, really nice, easily enough space for a dining table there. Obviously replace the kitchen units. Again, nice views out onto the garden. Phenomenal. Wow. Come up upstairs. So upstairs onto this little landing. More stairs up to the attic. We'll explore that in a sec. But on this floor, 3 bedrooms, all a good size. Well, certainly one of the things so far. That one, very nice. The front benefits from the bay window, so another good sized bedroom. There is a bathroom here where you'd want it to be. It needs a lot of refurbishment, but at least it's in the right place. And then the final bedroom, not exactly massive, more of a box room, but still not a bad size. And there's yet more to explore. So up what I would say is a pretty substantial staircase to the attic and the fourth bedroom. Now, in a lot of cases, these kind of rooms have not been converted to building regulations as standards. Normally, it is the staircase that lets them down. They're very narrow. But in that case, that looks like it works to me in terms of building regulations. On the face of it, this is definitely a usable fourth bedroom, which just adds even more appeal to this already pretty appealing property. On top of all that appeal, there is also a decent-sized back garden and driveway. But will a local property expert find this place appealing too? We've invited one along from the auction house that sold this lot to hear his thoughts on this 4-bed semi.
The condition of the house itself, it wants a refurb, I think is the expression. The kitchen, the bathroom, check out the wiring, although it doesn't look too bad. I think from that point of view. Again, you check out the central heating. Some of the double glazed units that are here have misted up, so that they could do with the vacuum putting back into the panels again. But otherwise, it's quite pleasant. It's on a corner location with parking, off-road parking, because it is a fairly busy main road, and it's got a reasonable garden.
There's a lot of space to work with here. Would he suggest any layout changes? And who does he think would be the best fit for this property?
I think as far as the property is concerned, the layout is pretty traditional. You have 2 reception rooms downstairs. You have a nice big kitchen. It suits a family. I think that's the sort of the logic with it. It was built with families in mind, and that is exactly what it is. It is a family home. There's schools close by, there's local shopping close by, and then you've got the public transport facilities which will take them into town.
What sales and rental figures would he place on property to work?
If the property's all modernised out to a nice standard, I feel that they would achieve in the £30,000 to £235,000. If they're going to rent the property out and decide to keep it, I feel that it would achieve in the region of £900 to £950 per calendar month.
So obviously there's a few things to sort out with this place, but I can't find anything that warrants that, frankly, ridiculously low £50,000 plus guide price. So let's see who fancied taking it on. And they went under the hammer. This lot was part of a remote property auction with bids taking place online.
1, 2, 3, and go online.
And I was right to be slightly sceptical, as the successful bidders paid £186,000, more than 3 times that low guide price. They were identical twins, Rana with a brolly and Gix. This is their first joint property development project, and I caught up with them to find out more. Rana, Gix, congratulations. Tell me why you wanted to buy this house.
We always wanted to renovate the property. Yeah.
This is the first one?
It's the first one, and we moved up watching new homes in the hamlet.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons.
So you're obviously brothers?
That's right.
Identical?
We're twins.
Twins?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's right.
Why are you working together on this? Do you do other things?
We've always worked together all our life.
Right?
Yeah, we're both lorry drivers. We work in the same place.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so whenever we do, we always do everything together.
That's interesting, isn't it? That your lives are obviously linked a lot, because that you've gone on to want to do the same thing.
That's right.
On the same careers.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Who did you make the decision at the same time, or did somebody do it first, or?
No, it was just together. Yeah, together. We're actually market traders originally. So we had HEVs from the markets. The market trade went down, so we just jumped on the wagons.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And we managed to get a job in the same place.
Right. Superb. And who came up with the idea of getting into property renovating?
Well, it was a joint idea, and Josh Charles got a lot to do with it as well.
Great.
And we just changed jobs, so we were off for 4 weeks. So we looked around and we viewed a few and ended with this one.
Great. What was it about this house in particular that you liked?
It's local to us, so we know the area quite well.
Yeah.
And this was the best one we've seen in all of them.
Right. It's a good house.
Yeah, it's like it does.
Surprisingly,
It's quite
so
unique.
it could be potentially really nice. How much experience in the world of property do you both have?
We have got buy-to-lets.
You have? Okay.
Yeah, like a small portfolio of buy-to-lets. Renovating, not that much experience, but we've had extended our properties in the past. So, plus we're quite hands-on ourselves.
You're hands-on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are hands-on.
And is the plan then to do whatever you're going to do here yourself?
Most of the work, but obviously electrics, plumbing, get that checked out by professionals. Skimming, I think all we'll be doing is painting it, decorating it, and also the garden out in the garden, yeah.
And the work the family will be getting stuck into will be a total refurb and redecoration, including a new bathroom and kitchen, new windows, and replastering the house where needed. They've set aside a budget of 15 to 25,000 for the project and a timescale of 3 months. However, they aren't in a hurry, as their plan is to sell once it's complete, and the legal pack stipulates that this property cannot be resold for 6 months after the purchase. This gives them some wiggle room time-wise. What about the outside? Because it needs a bit of curb.
The outside, we have got an idea, but depending on planning, we're going to try to get planning for another property next to it, a 2-bedroom house.
Where?
It's, if you look on one angle, you possibly could get a house there.
Wow.
Yeah, so you're architecting and see what they say.
Have you taken any initial advice on the idea of getting a second property?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay.
So we'll get architecting and we'll get that advice, see what they say, if it's possible or not.
So what would you then split the plot and
Split it,
yes, and then sell this one off, and then you could always develop that at some point in the future. Wow, amazing. Now, obviously, we are on a fairly busy Bay Road. Does that bother you at all? Is that an issue or what?
It's not an issue because it's the town centre's 3 miles from here. We've got schools local, the motor is only about a mile down the road. So, and plus there's not many houses on these roads for sale.
And actually, you know, because you've got double glazing when you're inside, you can't
have the traffic at all.
It's not too bad at all.
Unless there's us two driving past.
In your lorries. Have you ever driven past this?
We have, yeah.
Oh, that's hysterical. So you knew exactly where it was there.
We're not too far from here, so
right.
We were local, about a mile down the road.
Oh, perfect.
So it'll be easy to keep an eye on it as well.
Good. Well, listen, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with it.
Thank you.
I look forward to coming back and seeing how you got on.
Hopefully we'll reach
So, twins Rana and Gix embarking on a really exciting project here. And the idea of building another property on the plot. Do you think they'll get planning permission for that? You can find out later in the show. Coming up, Dion spots familiar ground in Blackpool.
I can see the home of Blackpool Football Club. We've scored there many times as well.
While the twins are keeping cool in Wolverhampton.
We had a few water fights as well. Actually, it was hot.
It's time to head back to South Wales and the picturesque village of Llanfany, where back in 2017, Martel discovered a collection of 6 properties centred around this former vicarage.
How much room is here? This is great. You've got a big courtyard, loads of spaces for parking. Over here, a 2-bedroom house. And then here we have the former vicarage, which has been extended over the years and now houses 5 apartments.
On offer at auction with a guide price of 250,000, it was crying out for a makeover as it was a building firmly stuck in the 80s.
Wow, we think open plan living is a thing that happened recently. No, it's like somebody's walked out of here in the 80s, left it as it was. It's just a huge living space.
It was bought by Derek and his wife Penny for 250,000. And Derek, a keen marathon runner, had a clear route set out ahead.
Plan is to restore it possibly to holiday use because it's a great centre for athletic activities, cycling, running,
4 months later, work was underway, but it was clear this would be a long-term project. Derek had spent the time making the 2-bedroom lodge habitable so he could live on the site during the week. He'd also started work on one of the holiday lets. Well, just over 5 years later, we're back to catch up with Derek's marathon project. Well, things are looking very smart here, but as so often happens with this type of project, life sometimes gets in the way, and although Derek is much nearer completion than he was, there's still a lot left to do. 3 of the holiday lets are finished and open for business, with the other 2 flats due for completion in 6 to 9 months. The biggest change for Derek is he's no longer having to commute back and forth to Sussex each weekend.
We finally moved last year after a hectic few years with various personal circumstances, and we're now living permanently in the lodge. Not much has changed there. We've done a part of the roof which needs insulating, and then we're going to, over the next 6 to 9 months, have the whole property finished. The major works that we've had to do is curing the damp problem from downstairs, and everywhere else we've either removed or gone over the textured wall and ceiling coatings, but most of it has been removed, and updated the insulation, and we've brought the whole building up to current building regulations, hopefully, I definitely know, exceeding current building regulations.
After 4 happy years, the tenant in the 1-bed flat decided to move on, which gave Derek a chance to refurbish that one too.
Since then, we've effectively rebuilt the flat from the inside. So we've moved the living room to the front, we've moved the bedroom to the back, and changed the position of the kitchen and bathroom. And that one is almost finished.
Derek was keen to tackle as many jobs as possible, but being very aware of his limitations, also built up a useful list of local trades willing to lend a hand when needed.
Obviously, I've done all the tiling, and I've brushed up on carpentry, and that's got much better. I've done a little bit of plastering, and although the results were okay, I decided from a time point of view that was far better left to people who do it all the time.
Penny had been managing the holiday letting business full time, while Derek had been busy with his DIY, but he still managed to squeeze in the occasional 26-miler.
We are now at 122, the last one being 3 weeks ago, but I do have an injury at the moment, which really, really irritates me. It's the dreaded plantar fasciitis, which means that you can't run, and when you do, it's very painful. So the marathon 3 weeks ago was absolute agony, but I contented myself with the fact that it only hurt every other step.
Ouch! But Derek's foot isn't the only thing around here that's limping. His original budget of 100 grand ran out of road a long time ago. In fact, he's spent £160,000 so far, and reckons a further 40 to 50,000 should get him over the finish line. Not only have Derek and Penny got themselves what I'm sure will eventually be a lovely house, more importantly, they're also developing a holiday lettings business. With a total spend here heading towards 460,000, will the sums add up? Time to hear what a local estate agent thinks.
I think the property's lovely. They've done a really nice job of renovating the property, kept the character of the property as well. So yeah, really good job. I think keeping it as 5 flats was the right decision. This area is a very strong market for buyers looking for properties with income potential.
2 valuations now. First, if Derek and Penny sold up, how much does the agent think the buildings would be worth on the local sale market?
For the flats and the lodge, I think you'd be looking at around £650,000 in the current market.
That's a little bit on the shy side, but yeah, it's ballpark. It's roughly where we think.
A sale of 650,000 would leave the couple with a pre-tax profit of 190,000 if they can keep spending on track. But it's the holiday let income that's the most important figure here.
Generally in this area, you'd be looking to achieve for the one-bedroom flat anywhere from £75 to £100 per night, depending on the time of year. And for the two-bedroom, somewhere in the region of £100, £125 per night.
With a 25% occupancy, then we should be attracting something like 35 to 40k a year from the holiday business.
An income of 40 grand a year equates to a very respectable yield of 8.6%. Not bad for what is, in effect, a retirement project. Although, don't say retirement project too loudly in Derek's company.
I would strongly advise against doing something like this as a retirement project, because you find yourself working far harder than you would expect to be doing. But as with any project, do your homework. Whatever your budget is, double it, and you might be somewhere near the mark then.
Still attracting millions of visitors each year, Blackpool is the crown jewel of Britain's great Victorian seaside resorts. But that also means some good old Victorian and Edwardian housing stock.
Blackpool Beach is about 200 yards in that direction. I'm here to see an old traditional Blackpool hotel. Here it is, 9 bedrooms at a guide price of £20,000 when it went to auction. I know, £20,000. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look great at all. Wow. There's nothing in here apart from mess and rubble. I can see water pipes sticking out the floor. I can see gas pipes sticking out the walls. Nice big window there, which is a plus. There's nice high ceilings, which is a plus. There's a few old features that are still here. It's a really big room, which is a positive. Missing floorboards. It's just messy and old, and it gets no better either. I can see another room here. I can see the kitchen out the back. It's not a great start, but I can see why it had a guide price of 20 grand at auction.
Heading up to the second floor, and you start to get a sense of the size of this place. On 2 levels are 6 bedrooms and a rather exposed bathroom.
So back in the day, Blackpool was buzzing. It's still popular today and people are still visiting. But the change in tourism has forced many guest houses to close.
So getting the balance of affordable housing for locals while still catering for a buoyant tourist market is a consideration for holiday destinations like Blackpool, and could offer the new owner of this property a decent set of options with what to do here. Moving up to the 3rd floor, it's split level with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. It's clearly in a state of real disrepair. How did it ever get like this?
I'm at the top. I've made it. This place is massive. Even more space for another bedroom, 2 bedrooms. There's so much work to do. If you are going to take on something like this, there's a couple of things you have to take into consideration. Make sure you've got the budget before you even think about taking a project on this big, and know what you're going to do with it, because different usage in a house comes under a different certificate. Okay, this was a hotel, a 9-bed hotel. That comes under usage C1. If you wanted to change this to residential, you go to a C3. So loads of stipulations and loads of red tape to get through. If you are confused, speak to your local planners and your local council. They will keep you right. Don't gamble. make sure you do what you want to do and try and achieve what you want to achieve. This project is definitely worth taking on. But like I say, if you've got the budget, you get it right. And over there, I can see the home of Blackpool Football Club, Bloomfield Road. Really nice stadium, played there many times. We've scored there many times as well. So the state and standard of this project is pretty much the same throughout the whole of this house. From top to bottom, it's going to have to be taken back to bare brick and started at the very beginning. Get this project in the right hands, with the right budget, with some imagination, it could be beautiful again. And that's what I'd like to see.
We've asked along a local estate agent to give us his thoughts on this property, guided at 20,000.
It's a fantastic size property in a really good central area of town. It's 500 metres from the promenade and the Golden Mile, the tower and the 3 piers, the train station. That's about a 10-minute walk from here. And obviously they can get to Glasgow all the way down to London direct now. Also, obviously, the motorway link, the M55, taking you to the M6. Obviously, needs renovating throughout. Also, the property's got its potential. It's got high ceilings because of its age, big windows, nice and bright. And then from there, obviously, that's where you start at the top and work your way down, I would think.
So a lot of positives, but what would be the best use of this massive space?
The problem with this area being high in tourism, obviously, is a change of usage. I think, obviously, with the council, where commission would be needed to require to change it from commercial to residential. I wouldn't go down the guest house route. The numbers have been culled by half in the past 5 years, from 5,000 to just over 2,500. Whereas if you go down the holiday flats route, it's technically in the same industry, it's in the same field. There's a lot more opportunity. It's the up and coming thing. So holiday lets, I think, would be the favourable way to go, and it would be a far simpler way to go.
So if it was possible to squeeze 3 or 4 holiday lets into the building, what could the returns be?
Depending on the occupancy you can get on each floor and the quality of that, it's 4, 6 or 8 people. And I think you'd be looking in the area of about £500 for a weekend, possibly £700 for a week. And obviously, if you can times that by 4, you could be looking at anything from £2,000 to £2,800 per week.
Blimey, and if it can be turned into that kind of earner, what could it be worth?
Once renovated and if placed on the open market, this property in this area is for holiday lets. I would expect a bit of retail.
Are you working, Lee? Can you give me a call? Because I'm just going recently and I want to know if you'll come with me. Alrighty. Yeah, not too bad. I'll go to Eastleigh get my gold ring back and my bracelet. No, I know. I got paid 627 today, so I'm gonna get my bracelet and that. Do you want to come with me? Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. Oh, be careful. I'm going for a budget loan as well. Well, what it is, I've got a bracelet and one ring, and I've got another 2 rings which I've got to get out, but I can't get out until I get a budget loan. I should sell them really. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I should put them on eBay really. 200 quid each. Yeah, 9 carat gold. One's a keeper, and one's got elephants on it. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I spoke to Mum earlier. Yeah, she's right. Vaccine tests. Oh, COVID tests. Really? Oh, right. Where are you going to get that done? Oh, can you? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to smoke no more weed. Huh? No, I've got to try and say no to it, haven't I? I've got to say no to it because it's costing me money. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm all right smoking tobacco, but sometimes yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Probably give it an hour. Yeah, I know it's cold, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, all right. Then. What are you doing today? Oh, yeah. Sun's just come out. Sun's just come out. Yeah. Do you reckon? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, all right, Lee. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll be getting liver and bacon. Yeah, he does mashed potato, peas, liver and bacon, onions, and gravy. And a cup of tea. £10, I think. Really? That's all right. Yeah. 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 You don't want a gold ring, do you? You don't want a gold ring, do you? Yeah. I put one on Facebook for £95, but no one's interested. Ah? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. You don't want to come over to my house, do you, at any time? Yeah. I've got a social worker. She's going to take me to the police station. Yeah, I know. It was fucking when they come around my house and got hold of me and put me in a van and took me to Basingstoke. Huh? Yeah. Oh, that was another time. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know, D. I'll be all right. Yeah. When are you going to see Mum then? Oh, you got the test? Yes. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. 2 days. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. If I was driving, I would have gone and seen her. But I don't drive them all. I don't drive them all. Yeah. That's a bit of a trip, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's walking a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I will. I'm taking ketone, raspberry ketones, which I'm taking. There for slimming. Alrighty. See you later. Bye bye. That was my brother Lee. At 30 minutes past 12. Oh my God.
New drama Beyond Paradise continues at 8. Clear out that clutter, good for mental health. Sort your life out with Stacey Solomon. Press red to watch on iPlayer.
Hello, guys.
Meet the class of 2023.
In the brief, they said wild.
10 new designers, one dream contract.
It's just having the courage to try something a little bit different.
Why have you gone with brown?
There's a lot going on, but it all works.
I want to work together, but I also want to win.
I love it. Big, it's bold, it's a statement. Amazing.
Join me for a brand new series of Interior Design Masters.
Starts Tuesday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Okay, let's get down to business. BBC iPlayer. Love what you find. Find what you love. Binge watch brilliant shows. From the latest to the greatest.
I know, and I love City Waters.
Live stream BBC TV.
Welcome to my big show!
Find your next big obsession.
Just all calm down, please.
Just press red
I'll leave it with you.
for the best way to watch TV on BBC iPlayer.
A gorgeous doll's hat and suitcase with Paris labels. Antiques Road Trip is at 3:45. Now on BBC One, very clear who's in charge today.
Hello and welcome to Bargain Hunt, which today comes from Leicester in Herefordshire. When we're out and about, it can be very hard to predict what the weather's going to do. Will I need these here or indeed this? Thanks. Enough of all that. Let's get serious. One device that's been used for centuries to predict the weather is the barometer, and I'll be finding out more about that later. But for now, let's go bargain hunting. Today, the teams will be shopping under one roof in this antique centre, and there's plenty here for them to explore. The rules are pretty simple. We give each team £300 to buy 3 items in just 1 hour, one of which must cost at least £75. That's their big spend. Then, of course, there's my challenge to consider, which, of course, sometimes is a little bit tricky. The winners are the team that make the most at auction.
let's have a look at what's coming up. The Blues are lost at sea.
Tim, find my cat. Rubber ring.
And the Reds have lost the plot. We're having a lovely time here, aren't we? But we're not buying anything. But can profits be found at the auction?
Yes, fantastic.
That's all for later. Let's meet today's teams.
Hi, I'm Ibrahim.
I'm Sevgi. We've been married 31 years.
So how did you meet?
We met in Turkey in a family get-together. And within a week, we get engaged, and 6 months later, we're married.
Fast movers. Can you pick up a bargain as quickly?
I don't know if it will be a bargain because I like expensive stuff.
Not the best tactic, Sevgi. How about you, Ibrahim?
I'll go for how nice it looks, but the wife will choose in the end, I'm sure.
We know who the boss is then. Do you think you can win?
I think we are going to win.
I'm definitely going to win.
Definitely in to win it.
That's the spirit. Let's meet your opposition.
Hello, I'm Fiona. And I'm Alice. And we're here to win.
Now that's confidence. What are you into?
I like Scandinavian jewellery. But to be honest, I'm quite happy to buy anything if it's going to make me a profit.
What about you, Alice?
I think I like quite eclectic things and colourful things. Functional items, really.
And do you trust each other to make the right decisions?
I feel like Mum might pick out something that's really horrible.
Thanks. Awkward.
I think we'll meet in the middle. I think so.
Who's taking charge?
I mean, I'll go for a bit of haggling. I mean, my tactics start really low and then meet in the middle at the desired price. And then I'll just back her up. Yeah, that's the plan.
We've met the teams, so let's get cracking.
Look at you guys, I'm so keen already. Raring to go.
I like it, my goodness. So you've already got my £300 to spend, and of course you've got my challenges. Now, who's got that? Alice, you've got it. Ibrahim, you've got it. I like it. Teams, you've got everything you need. Your experts await. Now off you go. Enjoy. But what are they looking for in their experts?
Fun, and also to make us the most money.
Somebody that can make a good, solid decision and somebody that can point us in the right direction.
Somebody who can guide us.
Hello, hello, hello. Leading the Reds, it's Kate Bliss.
Right, team. I'm going to point you in the direction of profit. Come on, get out here, follow me.
And directing the Blues, it's Tim Weeks. Right, teams, let's open those envelopes and reveal your challenges.
An item of kitchen area.
So, anything culinary related or kitchen related? An item to be kept outdoors.
Okay, what do you think?
That.
So let's go, team.
Come on, this
Sure.
Teams, your time starts now. And from the off, the Reds have my challenge in mind.
Let's see if anything.
I'm always interested with the scales.
In scales?
Yes.
Why is that there?
Because that's something you use it all the time in the kitchen. So
Yes.
I know it's useful.
I tell you what, why don't you put it on him and we can have a closer look? It'd make it a bit easier, won't it?
It's quite heavy, actually.
Is it?
Yes.
I think it could definitely be late Victorian, so the late 19th century. I particularly like the shaping of it, actually. That's
That's
quite
what I
unusual.
like as well.
Yeah.
I don't mind putting it in my kitchen.
Has it got the weights?
Good spot, Ibrahim.
Can't see any weight with it, so you have just got the dishes. But is it sort of a decorative design you particularly like?
I
I
would
always
love that
like
in the
them.
kitchen. Yes,
I
would
like
love that.
these.
Sevgi seems keen.
What you think about the price?
What? Yeah.
£58.
58 probably too much. So
Mhm.
do you think if we can bring it down, probably I don't know, 40?
Why don't we see what the best price is on it?
Okay,
What do you think?
yes, that would
Yeah.
be good.
Yeah.
Let the wife do her work.
While the Reds way up their first buy, the Blues are feeling nostalgic.
Oh, look at the magic roundabout.
Oh, it's really cute, isn't it?
With Dylan, Zebedee and Dougal in it.
Nice.
And my first ever rabbit was named after Dylan's.
It's meant to be.
It's karma.
It's a sign. Before you grab it, who do you think's made it?
Dinky? I don't
Close, the other one.
know. Oh, I don't know.
Corgi.
Oh, okay.
Corgi Comics.
Right.
Dinky and Corgi, particularly through the 60s, were really at war with each other, trying to beat one another when it came to die-cast models. Corgi got a little bit of a march because they got the TV-related die-cast models, like the Magic Roundabout.
Take a closer look, Blues.
Oh, it's so cute. It's like the cutest thing I've ever seen.
It's
oh my god,
lovely.
it's got a flower on it. It's been well loved. Yeah.
Yes, good word.
Yeah.
You can say that again.
And toys that have been played with and shown major signs of wear are less valuable.
How much is it? It's £8. What do you think it would make?
If it had a box
Yeah.
and was mint, we're going to be talking around the £100 mark.
Yes. Yeah.
In that condition, I still think we could squeeze £10. So I think we're in a good spot already.
Yes, I think so. £8 we can barter that down.
Of course you can. Shall I go get the assistant and you can start your magic negotiation?
Yeah.
See what we can do.
Yes. Excellent.
You might be a while, Tim. Shop owner Andrew is with the Reds and giving them a price on those scales.
They're 50. I could do 50.
No, that's not like you have to do a bit more.
I'll do 45, but that really is going to be the best.
Why don't we just have a think, guys? There's a whole centre to look at. Let's put it up our sleeve.
Okay.
While the Reds' first buy hangs in the balance, the Blues have found the other shop owner, Steph, and they're trying to strike a deal on the toy car.
I'm a little bit in love with it, and we were wondering your best price.
We'll call it 6 then, okay?
Do you think you could maybe do 5?
I'm sure you'll do 5 for your
Brilliant.
best occasion.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to do it?
Yes.
Steph, you've got the deal. Thank
much.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Well done, Blues. The Magic Roundabout toy is your first buy and gives you a Zebedee-style spring in your step. Over to the Reds, who are still eyeing up Kitchenalia.
Definitely a print, but for what? Not pastry.
Okay.
Butter. So the butter would be formed into a little pat.
Yeah.
And then this would be pressed onto it to give that lovely oak leaf and acorn design.
Yeah.
And very often it was the mark of a certain dairy. Now these are very collectible still. The rarer the design, the more expensive usually, but condition is also really important with these butter prints. So this one is priced at 58.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is a particularly nice one. I would say 25 to £40 at auction. Should I keep that one out?
Yes, please.
So the butter stamp is a maybe. Back to the Blues, who are after an outdoor item, and they've spotted a tractor seat.
That's nice. £55. Is that expensive?
It's about right
Oh, is it?
for a tractor seat.
And football fan Alice has noticed something else.
Farmer
Oh my god, it says Albion on it. No.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Albion, we support West
You're the baggies.
Ah, West Bromwich Albion.
So you bought the Magic Roundabout die-cast because of your rabbit. Your baggies, so it says Albion, and look at your face. I mean, you've decided, haven't you? Okay.
Depends who has to pay for it though.
So on the ticket, it's
says 55.
right. When we're negotiating, though, don't mention that you're baggy fans. All right? Okay. No talk of West Brom. We're kind of interested.
Okay, okay.
While Tim gets the best price from the dealer, what have the Reds seen?
What about the samovar?
Up here? Yeah, do you like that?
I like that.
Well, let me carefully reach it down. I have to say, it is a really nice looking thing, isn't it? There we go.
A samovar would most commonly have been used in Russia to boil water. Could it be the Reds' cup of tea?
So you've got the brass finial on the lid there, and the 2 handles, and a lovely little wooden turned handle on the tap. Isn't that neat? Really nice. And that would turn. So the price of this is 78.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do some negotiating and then just see what the best
we
offer
can
is.
make
Yes.
the decision.
Great,
Definitely.
brilliant.
Yeah.
While the Reds try to get a hot deal on the samovar, there's news for the Blues on the tractor seat.
It's going to have to be a flat 40.
Okay.
No
I'm a
negotiating.
bit worried that might be a bit much to take to auction.
Farmers are the market for this. They don't want to buy these.
Could we be cheeky enough for 39 so that if it does make 40, we've made £1?
We can ask.
38, let's go 38. Okay.
Oh, you're tough negotiators, Blues. Are the Reds cast in the same mould? They need a price on the butter stamp and the samovar.
Tell you what, I'll go down to 45. That's going to be the best.
That's great. Thank
45.
you.
That's around 45. Okay, so 45 for that.
Yeah.
The scales you said 45.
Yes.
And then we also like this samovar.
We got 78 as a cone. 65.
It's a tough decision, but all 3 would meet my Kitchenalia challenge.
I'll tell you, I'll get it down to 55. But
That's
the
great.
best.
Really, I'm really happy.
What do you think, guys? I would say that's a thumbs up.
I think that's a good price, isn't it?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good stuff.
you. Are you happy? I'm
Yeah,
really happy.
very happy.
Brilliant. Thank you.
So the Reds choose the Samovar for their first buy and tick off my KitchenAlia challenge at the same time. It's 1-1, but can the Blues leap back into the lead?
I tried 38, it was a no, but 39 is a yes.
Yes. Good.
That's quite cool, right?
Yes, definitely.
Are we going for it?
Yeah.
We're so good at this, aren't we? 2 items down.
Yes. Good.
Well done, Blues. The tractor seat is yours for £39 and ticks off your Something Outdoors challenge. We're coming up to halfway, so how does Tim think it's going?
They just see an item, they love it, buy it, and then somehow it relates to their life.
Well, Tim's excited. What's caught your eye, Reds? Something sparkly?
What do you think about that necklace there?
That's a pretty one, isn't it? In 9 karat gold. Just depends how heavy it is. It's quite a hefty chunk. It's 168 there.
I don't know much about jewellery. All I know is how to pay for it.
Or if there's nothing leaping out at you, we could go and have a look in the other cabinet. Yeah, you want to do that?
Yes,
We'll have a look in this one.
I think the Reds are a slow and steady team. Now, can those whirlwind Blues get their third buy?
We really like this lamp, but we know it's quite new.
We're going to an antiques auction.
Mhm.
Now, I've got no problem with modern, but I consider modern like 60s, 70s, 80s. That to me could have been made yesterday.
Yeah,
For me, it's
probably
too modern to put into that sale room.
Move on then, Blues. Now, the Reds are still eyeing up the shiny stuff.
As that comes out, you should have a lipstick and a little mirror
Okay.
that pulls out. So your lipstick is in there,
Okay.
and that's your little mirror. So you can see what you're doing.
Somebody would buy that. I'm not sure about it.
Sevki's not keen. Pop it back, Kate.
We're having a lovely time here, aren't we? But we're not buying anything.
We're not buying anything. Thank you.
You said it, and you're well over halfway. You need to splash the cash. Talking of making a splash.
From like a rubber ring.
Get it on then, get it on, see if it works.
And there's another one.
One each.
Yes, I'll put this on as well. Hang on. Here we go. Big hula hoops. I don't think they'd save anybody. They're just a decorative thing, really, aren't they?
Yeah. Talk to me about the price, because before I hear it, I've got to tell you that there's no way I'd want to buy one of these as a big spend. Because that means we're spending at least £75 on them.
They're 80.
For the two?
No, I think they're 88.
Guys.
Yes, that's bad, isn't it?
That's bad.
Well, at least you had fun trying them on, Alice. Now, come on, Reds. You need your second buy.
Much more practical pieces here. More copper. What is this?
It's a press, some sort of.
It is, Ibrahim. Yeah, I think it's a juicer, actually. Is it? Again, it's more KitchenAlia.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing you can't squeeze out is more time, Reds. You have 15 minutes to buy 2 items.
How much is it?
140.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe something.
Maybe. Okay.
Yet another maybe. Blues, can you nail your final buy?
I found a medical poster.
And this is your game.
Kind of. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Physiotherapist.
Okay, so that attracts you to it.
It does. A bit worried about the damage here, though.
I like to see a little bit where it gives us stories and histories that was hung up and used.
Yes.
I want you to expect that bottom corner, because I think that could be important, that bottom left-hand corner of the poster.
Dresden Museum.
So I think that's a nice addition. I think that will add to its value. It's not going to come cheap, by the way. I can see there's a price tag in the top corner. It's not going to be cheap.
£160.
Okay. There's definitely buyers for it. I do want to get a lot of money off that,
Yeah.
obviously. Though it's the sort of thing that at auction, I'd be guiding it maybe 120. I'd like to think it might sell for 140, 150, 160.
Okay. This one's framed. How old do you think that one is?
This one's older. This one's going to be closer to the early 1900s. For me, I think it's lovely that it's got that maker, that name of Arnold and Son Limited at the bottom.
190.
Okay.
Oh dear.
You do need to spend big on your final item, Blues.
I actually think the frame might detract a little bit. I don't think the frame works.
No,
with a poster. Exactly, for a turn of the century poster.
Yes.
So I do prefer the Dresden Museum example at the two, and there's already £30 off it
Yes, that's
for a
true.
start compared to the other one.
It would be good to know what the best price is.
I go and speak to the assistant, see what they'll do.
Definitely.
Leave it with me.
Brilliant.
It could be just what the physiotherapist ordered.
Now over to those reds who are still dragging their feet.
Some sort of little ornaments?
Yes, they're quite fun. At auction, they're usually sold in lots of quite a few together because they're only a few pounds each.
Okay.
Oh, reds, make up your minds. Blues, any joy with those medical posters?
Dresden Museum, 100.
Really?
Yeah, good, right? Exciting.
Yeah.
Framed and glazed, British example, bit earlier, 130. It's a tempting price, isn't it?
Yeah. Justifying the price of the money.
You spotted something else.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got good taste, haven't you? Because it screams style. It's in vogue.
It's interesting.
How old is it?
Absolutely no idea.
So mid 20th century, maybe 1960s. I can see this in the shop window. Some beautiful Carnaby Street dresses, perhaps adorning it. Absolutely wonderful example. People want this as a standout piece of furniture. I can see the price is £200. What do you think?
My gut's saying find the best price on that and then decide between you.
Do you want me to run back downstairs to find out? Okay, right, I want.
Alice and Fiona are working Tim hard. Now, with just 10 minutes left, have the reds made any decisions?
I think we should buy the scale as well.
Do you, Seppi?
Yeah.
That's very decisive.
Yeah, I think we should buy the scale, but we still need something bigger.
Let's just
What do
have a
you think
look.
about that one?
The hip flask? Well, hip flasks, particularly silver ones, can make very good money. You better get it out, Kate. Time is ticking. It's a lovely curved shape. You
I
see?
like the shape.
Yeah, so it would fit in your pocket really nicely. It's moulded to really fit against the body. You've got a little screw lid and the cork inside, so it's a snug, watertight fit. And you've got some lovely clear hallmarks on there. So I think it is a really nice period one. What have we got there? We have got hallmarks for Birmingham, and it's late Victorian in date. 70 to 100 on that at auction. It's not overly heavy as a silver one, but it is a really nice example. We've got a few minor little dents. It's got my finger marks all over it now, but generally it's a really good order, isn't it? Remember, you also need your big spend, reds. Now, Tim has a price for the blues on that mannequin.
I'm just going to hit you with it. 140.
Oh, that's.
It's kind of tempting, right? Isn't it?
Tempting.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going, oh, because that's made it quite a difficult decision.
5 minutes left, blues. Will it be the mannequin or one of the posters?
I think that. Okay. My gut is in me. Okay, well, I trust your gut, not mine.
I feel like it states that we had the Magic Roundabout after your rabbit. We had the baggies on the tractor seat. Now looking at your profession, it's kind of close.
And after we found the seat downstairs, she said she wanted a medical poster, so let's get the medical poster.
We've got to do it.
Yeah.
You think so?
Definitely.
And which should we prefer? Which should we prefer?
The Dresden.
Yes, the German one.
£100.
Yeah.
We doing it?
Yeah.
We're happy?
Yes.
Yeah? 3 items down there. Woo!
Yes.
Well done, Blue Team. Great shot.
So at £100, the medical poster is the blues' big spend, and they're all shopped up. Now, reds, with 3 minutes left, you have to buy 2 items and fast. We really like the hip flask. It's marked at 150.
Yep.
Do you think you could do anything for us on that at all?
110.
There we go. There's an offer. 110. I think that's a lovely quality piece, which somebody might stick their neck out for to buy as a present. Hip flasks are very popular still.
Let's go for the flask. Let's go for
the flask.
Yeah.
That's one decision, and at £110, it also counts as your big spend. What's the decision on the scales?
Yeah, we want the scale.
Want the scale
Yeah,
as well. And they've bagged the back burner from earlier too. The scales weigh in at £45 to round off the Reds shopping. Just in the nick of time. Fantastic scales! We've got loads of kitchen It's still, oh my goodness, precious all. Well done.
That's it, teens. Your shopping is over.
So we're going to have a drink?
Yes.
Come
Ice cream.
Let's remind ourselves what the red team bought.
They ticked off my KitchenAlia challenge, pouring £55 into the copper samovar. It was in the balance for a while. The kitchen scales weighed in at £45. And it was their big spend, the hip flask, totted up at £110. You came to Barley Hunt to have an hour, and you've certainly had most of that hour.
I couldn't make the decision.
Sebby, what was your favourite item that you bought today?
Samovar, definitely.
The samovar. Right. Ibrahim, do you agree? Was your favourite?
No, I like the scales.
Okay. So, but Sebby, do you think that your samovar is going to make the most profit?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think so.
Oh, that's confidence. Oh, Ibrahim, you're disagreeing.
No, I think the scales are going to make the most money.
Sticking to your guns. I
Yeah.
like it. Well done. Kate, how was my challenge? How did you get on?
We looked at so much KitchenAlia, didn't we? We drowned in KitchenAlia at one point, so we suddenly learned a lot together, didn't we?
In a kitchen.
So it was great, and actually we did really well, didn't we?
I think
in the end.
we did, yeah.
Good. So how much money did you spend in total, guys?
£210.
So you've left Kate with £90 of leftover money there. That's still a goodly amount. Kate, what are you going to spend it on?
I'm going to promise you, particularly Sebby, because you didn't get your jewellery, something pretty.
Thank you.
Well, while Kate goes off to have a look for something pretty, let's remind ourselves what the blue team bought. They went all nostalgic for the magic roundabout toy. £5 paid. It was their outdoor item. They bagged the Albion tractor seat for £39. And the medical poster was their big spend at £100. I loved your shop. It was like divine intervention had sort of somehow touched you today, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
It was brilliant. Did you have fun?
The best time. Absolutely.
Good. Fiona, what was your favourite item that you bought today?
The magic roundabout car.
The magic roundabout car.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. And Alice, what about you?
Oh, maybe I'll go for the tractor seat.
The tractor seat, of course. Yes, which was your challenge item as well, wasn't it?
It was.
Right. But do you think that tractor seat's going to make you the most profit?
No, I think maybe the poster will make this.
Your last purchase?
Yeah.
And how about you, Fiona? What do you think is going to make you the most profit?
No, I'm going to stick with the magic roundabout car.
You're going to stick with it?
Absolutely.
You've got faith in it?
I have.
I like that.
Yes.
Okay. Tim, how did the shop go?
I feel like that was one of the easiest shops I've ever done. I think we could have done 6 items and 2 challenges in an hour. We were so good. It was just falling into our laps.
Great. Teamwork. Makes the dream work.
Absolutely.
So, team, what did you spend in total?
We spent £144.
£144. So that means that you've left Tim with £156.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Tim, that's a goodly amount.
It's good. I'm going to go big, or you can send me home. I'm going to buy the biggest thing in the auction house.
Marvellous.
That's a promise, isn't it, girls? My goodness. Well, Tim goes big. I am going to go learn about a device that has helped us predict the weather for centuries. The Italian scientist Evangelista Torricelli is widely acknowledged as the inventor of the barometer in 1643. He worked out that the air in the atmosphere had weight and exerted pressure on objects below it. He realised that he needed a liquid heavier than water to conduct his experiment, to read the pressure in the atmosphere, and he invented the mercury barometer. Nearly 400 years on, we are still using them, and like most mechanical antiques, the old ones need repairing. I'm meeting barometer expert Colin Jones to find out more about this trusty instrument. Colin, talk us through how a barometer actually works.
A barometer literally measures the air pressure at this moment in time. The rest of it is down to you to interpret what it's telling you when that air pressure changes. The air pressure supports a column of mercury, and that goes up and down into the vacuum at the top. And by checking how much movement you get, you can tell what the weather's going to do. If a barometer starts to drop quickly, the storm will come quicker.
Another common type of barometer is an aneroid barometer. This uses the expansion of metal to determine atmospheric pressure. We're surrounded by barometers now. What are they telling us is going to happen? Because it's pretty sunny outside at the moment.
The barometers have just started to drop. If we put that index key where that is now, that one a few hours ago was up there. So pressure is starting to drop. That means we're going to get some rain, probably not for 24 hours yet, certainly at least 18.
You can pick up a good barometer for as little as £50, but one like this restored miner's barometer will set you back a cool £1,750. Names to look out for include Negretti and Zambra, Dolland and Aitchison, and Short and Mason, amongst others. We're all custodians of these things, really, aren't we? It's important to get them maintained for future generations.
Yeah, we've got some that go back over 200 years. There are some earlier than that, but they've been around for some time, and they will be around for a lot longer, as long as there's somebody to keep repairing them.
One of the youngest barometer repairmen in the country is Colin's son Kirby, who's going to tell me a little bit more about the skill involved in fixing them.
Kirby, how do you train to be a barometer restorer?
It's a tough one, really. There's no official training you can go out and then get. It's just by learning, adapting. Personally, I've been doing it 15 years. You think you've seen everything, and then occasionally another problem pops up. So it's just always just adapting and using old parts, as you can see around the workshop. We've got many of a collection of over 50 years of old parts, really.
So what's the most common problem that you find when barometers come in?
The most common problem, quite often, they all have a glass on them. That's always broken. That's easily fixed, other than the drilling of the glass. Quite often you'll break one yourself doing it again. Other problems, quite common, like the one you see inside of here, the capsule and all the workings inside get dirty. They need stripping back, cleaning, and basically oiling. It sounds very simple, but it's done with tweezers and wire wool, just man hours put into it, really.
For a barometer to work properly, you need to be able to check that its pressure readings are accurate.
This is called a pressure chamber.
Right.
It's custom made. So what I can do is actually take the air out of it with the pump down here and check that it's working in comparison to one that we know already to be working.
Oh, so you're essentially being the weather.
Effectively, I'm just forcing this barometer to think the weather's changing. So what I'll do is shut the chamber up,
Yeah.
just to make it as airtight as you can.
Okay.
And then if I just start pumping on this.
So you're taking the pressure out, is that right?
Yeah, so we're expecting to watch this blue hand in the middle there move down towards the left-hand side.
Oh yeah, there it goes. Rain, lots of rain. Stormy.
Yes.
Quick, put it back to sun.
But if I just let the air back in the chamber, we'll see it rise back. And that's what we'd expect to see when it's all been calibrated. Nice movement. That one's ready to go back to the customer.
Kerry, how does it feel to restore these items and then give them back to their owners?
It can bring a lot of pleasure, actually. I've had people physically in tears before, getting an item back that was their parents or their grandparents, and they've never known it working. It's nice to do them up and save them from the scrapyard, maybe. But yeah, the real joy is doing the customer ones, where it just brings real happiness to people.
Kerry, thank you so much for showing me your workshop. It's been absolutely fascinating, so thank you. But now it's time for us to head over to the auction to see whether our red and blue team can handle the pressure. Well, we have come east to be with auctioneer Charles Hanson. Charlie, nice to see you.
You too.
Should we start with the reds?
Yes.
Kate's red team, Ibrahim and Sevgi, and they didn't hang around. They started with my challenge item, which was an item of Kitchenalia.
Oh, really?
They decided to go with the samovar.
That's a jackpot because I love it. I think in any kitchen, if you've got style and you want a bit of history in there, it's in great condition. It's genuine. It's circa 1900. It's got a slight ribbing to it, and I think they just capture an age, an elegance.
An age and elegance, exactly. So, and is it going to be an elegant estimate?
Well, we've been quite cautious. I put a guide price of between £30 and £50.
They paid £55 for it, so not too far away.
Not at all.
So moving on, another piece of Kitchenalia, their second piece, with these rather lovely kitchen scales. What do you think?
They look great on the kitchen side, and these are old. They're not reproduction. It's a genuine set of scales from, again, the late Victorian, Edwardian times. It's all there. It's all the good age. Hopefully a weighty estimate.
There we go. Tell me, what is it?
Between £30 and £50.
30 to £50. Okay, well, they invested £45 in them, so not too far away. Their final item was the Big Spend, which is this really rather lovely silver hip flask. What's your thoughts on that?
I love the shape of it. If ever you put that style of rectangular concave form into your pocket, it sits on fine so well. And it's comfortable. There's a heavy gauge of silver there, and hip flasks are always very popular at auction.
So, Charlie, what's your estimate on our hip flask there? Is it hip hip hooray?
Definitely. And I've gone for a fairly wee nippy estimate of between £40 and £60.
Oof. Ouch. Okay, well, they paid £110.
How much?
So we might need to be,
But there's no contents on it.
raising a toast to it.
Exactly. It could be a ching ching.
Okay, well, look, let's move over to the blue team. Alice and Fiona. Their first purchase was this really rather lovely little magic roundabout toy.
And of course, nostalgia is always key. But what's charming is play worn. It's caught the public imagination of children in that period, 60s to 1977. It's just a decorative play toy, really.
Okay, so what's your estimate?
Between £30 and £40.
Well, they will be absolutely delighted if they only paid £5 for it.
Wow, that's a bargain.
It is a bargain,
Good.
isn't it? Very well done then. So moving on, their next item was their challenge item, which I set them something that had to be kept outdoors.
It's a great old tractor seat. But again, they capture that age of agriculture. They capture a time of probably the second quarter of the 20th century. And I can imagine many a farmer saying, let's buy this.
So what's your thoughts on estimate, Charlie?
Between 40 and 60 pounds.
They paid £39.
Good.
Their third and final item was their big spend, and they bought this magnificent poster.
This, obviously, the Pullman system, it's a Dresden Germanic example. And I think lots of doctors and lots of medical students enjoy these to show off their, I suppose, provenance of what they do in their careers. It's a nice condition, a few little tears, some minor wear, but that shows to me it's at least 50 years old.
Okay, so your thoughts on estimate, please, Charles?
It might leave me gasping for breath.
There we go.
Between 60 and 80 pounds.
They paid £100 for it.
Goodness me.
It's okay, don't worry.
That might be a kiss of life there.
Brilliant. Are you looking forward to the auction?
I can't wait. It's always that thrill. You never quite know where objects end up. It takes two people to really keep going until they're gone.
Brilliant. So very exciting. We're looking forward to it.
We're in the room at 2:20. Going, gone. Sold.
Abraham, Seki, how you feeling? I'm good. Yeah? Abraham, look at you, you're winning. Kate, how you feeling? I'm really excited. It's going to be fun. It is going to be fun. You've chosen 3 beautiful items. Your first item, you kicked off with my challenge, and that was your copper samovar that you bought, and you paid £55. It's going under the hammer right now. Good luck.
It's true. It's original. It's late Victorian. I'm asking 25 now. 22, 25 I'm bid. 28 I'm bid. 30 I'm bid. Do I see 5 now?
Oh, yes,
40 I'm bid. 45 sir. 50. 50 sir. 2.
Oh, one for luck. Come on.
40 bid. I'll take now online please 60.
Yes.
5 I'm bid.
Oh, one more, sir.
4.
One more.
Morning. Going once. Going twice at 60. £5 online.
That is £65. That's £10 profit on your very first lot. So well done. Coming up now, you've got Abraham. I think this is your favourite. The kitchen scales are coming up now. You paid £45 for these. Good luck. Here they come.
I've got £15 only. 15 I'm bid. 18 do I see? Come on. 15, 18, 20 I'm bid online.
They go well with the samovar.
I'm only asking 22 online. Thank you. I'll take 5 now. 25 bids.
Yes.
Asking now 30.
Come on, we're still in there.
First time. Second time. Third time. All done at £25. Sold.
Guys, oh, they just offered £25. That's a £20 loss, unfortunately. So overall, you're at -10. It's not over yet, okay? You've got your third and final item, which was your big spend. This really beautiful little hip flask. You spent £110 on it. Here it comes. Good luck.
We've got bids scattered across the country. And I've got 3 bids, all at £80.
Yes, that's it.
99 bid. Do I see 5 now?
It's getting there. It's getting there. Come on.
25 I'm bid. Or I shall sell. Make no mistake. At £95. £100 I'm bid. Hello. 110. Yes. I'll take 120. 120 bid. Yes. 130 at £120. Going.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done, you guys. That just sold for £120. That's made you a profit of £10. So overall, you are at 0. Which is quite spectacular. That's good. But now you've got a very important decision to make, okay? Can I ask you to avert your eyes just for one moment, please? Kate, can you grab your wearer's fine? And open those beepers. What do you think?
Wow. So as you can see, it's a tiny little envelope. It's made of English silver and it's Edwardian in date. And it's beautifully engraved with floral leafage scroll, but it also opens. So the little flap of the envelope opens up. Okay. It's a stamp case.
Oh, I see. Yes,
So just the right size to take little stamps. And the lovely thing about this one is it's in superb condition.
How much did you pay?
So I paid just £32. Okay. Generally at auction they make anything from £30 to £50. So I would really hope that there's profit in it.
So, Jean, you've heard what Kate's got to say. What's your thoughts? Are you going to go with the bonus buy, or are you going to? You're going to go with the bonus buy, okay? All right. Well, let's see if our auctioneer Charles gives it the stamp of approval.
It's a really good object because again, it's elegant, it's awarded, it's sophisticated. I like it. Chester Hallmark as well, and it's a sweet collectible.
And what do you think on estimate?
I've been a bit cruel just because I want to give it some lift at auction, between 20 and 30 pounds.
Well, that certainly is a come and get me estimate. Kate paid £32. I think we'll get there, won't we?
I think we'll do, yes.
So our auctioneer has given the little stamp case an estimate of £20 to £30. We're going to put it under the hammer right now. You're already at 0, so anything could happen. Here it comes now. Good luck.
It's a jolly good lot. And I can start with bids at 22, 25, 28, 32, 35. Wow. 40 I'm bid, do I see 5 now? 45 I'm bid with 50. 45 I'm bid, go. At 45 pounds, do I see 50 now? Surely one more bid. Come on, he says.
Come on.
At 45 pounds online. Going. Sold.
Kate, I think you can take full credit for that. Guys, you are going home with £13 profit. That's just sold for £45. Very well done, Kate.
Lucky 13. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you.
Alice, Fiona, look at you. You're almost as excited as our expert Tim Weeks. He's always excited. The first item that you bought. Now talk me through this magic roundabout toy.
Takes me back to my childhood.
You paid only £5 for it.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Absolutely.
Here it comes.
Okay.
I'm only asking £10. 10 to go.
Come on.
Only a tenner. 10 I'm bid. I'll take 12 now.
We're doubling our money.
I'm going to sell it at 10. Going. To you, sir. Sold.
£10.
Good
You
start.
have doubled your money, so you're £5 up already, girls.
Excellent.
Your next item, which was my challenge to you, was the item to be kept outdoors. You decided that to buy a tractor seat. Yes. £39. Here it comes. Good luck.
Finished in bright red livery with gilt detail. I am bid £15 only. I'm asking 18 now. 18 I'm bid. 20 I'm bid. I'll take 5 online.
Come on.
22 I'm bid. I'll take 5 now. Who are you?
Come on, you can upcycle it.
At £20. Fair warning. And I'm selling it. Going. Sold.
Okay, guys, that just sold for £22. So that's a loss of £17. Overall, you're down by £12, but we've still got your last item to go, which is your big spend. Alice, this is your favourite piece. Gorgeous medical post-it. You paid £100 for it. Keep your faith, Alice. Come on, keep your faith. Come on, here it comes. It's going under the hammer now.
It's mid-century. It's a nice condition. And I'm bid 25, 28, 30 I'm bid, 35 I'm bid, 40 I'm bid, 45 I'm bid, 50 I'm bid, do I see 5? Hello! We're live at £55.
Come on,
We're not 50, I'm betting 5 online. And I'm selling fair warning at £50. Going.
Never mind. Guys, you doubled your money on your first purchase and you halved your money on your last purchase.
Quite get that right, didn't we?
That's okay, don't worry. Look, it's sold for £50, a loss of £50. That's overall a loss of £62. But hey, you've still got your bonus buy to go, okay? So can I ask you to avert your eyes just for a moment, please? Okay, girlies, are you ready?
Yeah.
Open those peepers.
Yeah. Now I feel like fate hasn't quite been on our side so far today, but maybe Alice is the artist, this gigantic artist easel, but it's working quite nicely. It's been used, which I think is nice.
Yeah.
It's in good condition.
Yes.
Maybe it can save the day. Maybe it's going to get us back in profit.
How much did you spend on it?
I paid £50.
Okay.
Okay?
That's good. That's good.
That's all right, isn't it?
How much do you think it might make?
I think it'll make about £70 to £100. In fact, how much profit do we need to make? We need to make about another £100?
Yeah.
I think it's going to sell for £150.
Excellent.
Ladies, I need your decision. Are you going to go with Tim's bonus buy?
Yeah, we'll go for it.
You're going to go for it? Yeah? Well, let's see if our auctioneer Charles thinks that they've made the right decision.
This is by a great name, Reeves of England. It's all complete. It's just a good object.
And what do we think on estimate?
Well, we put a guide price on between £60 and £100.
Tim will be easily pleased.
Yes.
He paid £50 for it.
Oh, that's good. I predict a profit.
Charles thinks an auction estimate of £60 to £100 would be appropriate. So, okay, are you ready? Yes. Let's go. Here it comes.
A really fine easel. An iron bid, 35, 40 iron bid. I see 5 online now. 45 iron bid. I'll take 50 now. How are you? I'm selling all done at £45. Going. Sold.
Oh, you guys! It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be exactly just over £45. It's only a £5 loss. Overall, guys, you're at minus £67. Well, it's okay. This is Bargain Hunt. It could be a winning score. Maybe. You never know. We had fun. Brilliant fun. Well, it has been an absolute roller coaster of a day today. How are we all feeling?
Nervous.
Well, you certainly put your experts through it today, but I'm delighted to say that the winners of today's show are Ibrahim and Sefi. Very, very well done to you. Blues, Alison, Fiona.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Wasn't meant to be. You'll be leaving us today with a loss of £67.
Yes.
You doubled your money with your first lot, and then you halved it with your last lot. And the only thing that made you any money today was our good old Dougal, Brian, and Dylan.
Absolutely.
£5 on your first lot. Our winning red team. Wow, I mean, after your first 3 lots, Red, you ended up at 0. And I think you have your wonderful expert, Kate Bliss, to thank for returning you a £13 profit, which is exactly what you'll be going home with.
Thank you.
Have you enjoyed the day?
Brilliant.
We did.
Thank
Brilliant. Excellent. Brilliant.
Yes.
You've been a great team. Thank you so much for being so much fun. Don't forget, of course, to follow us on Twitter. And more importantly than that, join us again next time for some more bargain hunting. Yes? Yes!
Back to business for Lord Sugar and team. Fiercely competitive entrepreneurs. The Apprentice. Press red to watch on iPlayer. What should we spend to become happier and greener? Bottled water, costly mattresses, sliced bread on BBC Sounds.
Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Nature in these islands, if you know where to look, can be extraordinary. It's not far. It's home. Welcome to Wild Isles.
Starts Sunday, 12th of March on BBC One and iPlayer.
Cliff, don't do this. That document's the only proof we have.
No, we don't need this. I changed the TV lessons. Everyone's going paperless now.
Oh, okay. Great.
Managing your TV license needn't be a drama.
Sorry about that.
Go paperless at tvlicensing.co.uk.
This is BBC One in the South. Now the BBC News with Clive Myrie and Edward Salt at 1 o'clock.
Today at 1, a couple charged with gross negligence manslaughter after the body of a baby was found in woods near Brighton have arrived at court. Mark Gordon will appear before magistrates in the next few minutes, along with Constance Martin. Their arrest followed a nationwide police search. We'll have the latest also on the programme. The BBC learns energy companies are preparing for government help with household bills to continue beyond March. Campaigners say it makes sense.
It's not good for individuals to put prices up. It's not good for people's mental health. It's not good for consumer confidence, which means it's bad for business.
Labour defends offering the former senior civil servant Sue Gray a top job after her inquiry into lockdown parties was critical of Number 10. Guns N' Roses and the Arctic Monkeys join Elton John at the top of the bill at this year's Glastonbury Festival. And the final sign-off from Ken Bruce on BBC Radio 2 after 31 years.
Here in the south, fury among many parents in West Sussex due to oversubscribed school places. And Surrey Storm make the perfect start to this season's Netball Super League.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BBC News at 1. Constance Martin and Mark Gordon, the couple charged with gross negligence manslaughter and concealing the birth of a child, are appearing before magistrates. It follows the discovery of the body of a baby found in woods near Brighton on Wednesday. Police say it's too early to tell when the infant died. A post-mortem examination is taking place. Our correspondent Duncan Kennedy has the very latest.
Mark Gordon arrived at the court and was helped out of the van by police and prison officers. He was led into the building ahead of his appearance before magistrates. Constance Martin and Mark Gordon have both been charged with 3 offences: gross negligence manslaughter, concealing the birth of a child, and perverting the course of justice. Last night, the death of the baby brought the surrounding community together in Brighton in a vigil of candles and thoughts. Several dozen people made a street corner their focal point, just a few hundred yards from where the remains were found. Police made their discovery on land around a wood and some allotments. It has since become a search area involving dozens of officers. They say they believe the baby may have died some time ago. Constance Martin and Mark Gordon have been missing for 8 weeks, their disappearance prompting an extensive search by police. They were arrested on Monday and have been in custody since then. The police investigation has been centred on the hills north of Brighton, but has taken in other areas as well. A post-mortem examination is also taking place today to determine how the baby died. Well, this hearing was due to take place at Brighton Magistrates, but late last night it was moved here to Crawley Magistrates. We know that Constance Martin and Mark Gordon are both in the building behind me. Mark Gordon arriving, as you saw in that piece there, just in the past half an hour or so. They're due up before the magistrate, we're now told, at 1:30 for what's expected to be a short hearing. And also, as you heard in that piece there, the post-mortem examination is due to take place today to try to discover the cause of death for that baby. And at the same time, the police investigation in and around the Brighton area is still going on.
Okay, Duncan, thank you. Duncan Kennedy there live in Crawley. The Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is widely expected to extend the government's energy price guarantee at current levels for another 3 months. Taxpayer support means gas and electricity bills are currently capped at £2,500 a year for a typical household in England, Scotland and Wales. That figure is due to rise to £3,000 in April. But the BBC understands energy firms have been told to prepare for a possible change of plan. Here's our business correspondent, Theo Leggett.
Paying for electricity and gas for lighting, heating and cooking has been a real struggle for millions of households over the winter. Costs have been kept down by the government's energy price guarantee, but even so, for people like single mum Hannah, there have been difficult choices.
I work 3 sort of different part-time jobs to keep everything running, to keep household running. But over the last few months, obviously with the winter, it's been increasingly difficult. And just recently, I've sort of reached the point of having to choose between paying my gas and electricity bill or doing a food shop. And to hit that point, despite how hard I work, was crippling.
Energy prices are actually coming down. Ofgem's default tariff, that's the maximum retailers can charge their customers, will drop to about £3,300 a year per household in April, a fall of £1,000. But that's not what people are actually paying. Bills are currently capped by the government at £2,500 for the average household, with taxpayers making up the difference. The cap was due to rise to £3,000 a year in April, a move that would save the government a great deal of money. But charities and campaigners say such a move would have severe consequences for poorer households.
I wrote a letter to the Chancellor 3 weeks ago. It's now backed by 110 major charities, including the likes of Which and Citizens Advice and Alzheimer's and the Samaritans and many others. It's backed by Energy UK, which is the trade body of the energy industry, saying, you know, don't do this. It's not good for individuals to put prices up. It's not good for people's mental health. It's not good for consumer confidence, which means it's bad for business.
But others think the government should focus taxpayer funds on those who need them most.
There are people out there who are in absolutely dire financial straits. They are underwater on their energy bills. They need more support than households such as myself, for example, who aren't in that situation. So what we're saying is that the extra cost of keeping the energy price guarantee in place for another 3 months, about £2.5 billion, could be far better targeted at those vulnerable households.
Winter is coming to an end and warmer weather should soon be on its way. With energy prices falling rapidly on international markets, ministers will be hoping they'll be able to switch off government support sooner rather than later. Theo Leggett, BBC News.
Our business editor Simon Jack is here with me. What everyone wants to know is it going to happen? Is it going to be extended, this help?
Yes, I think we can say that with almost certainty.
We've got a taxi coming.
Ireland is that energy companies were working on the assumption that this was going to happen. And once
I got a taxi coming. Oh, yeah. Radio taxis. See you later. I'm just going to get my gold bracelet and my gold ring, and then I'm going to come home. I'll probably have some liver and bacon at the cafe. Yeah.